I've been trying to call. I've been on my own for long enough. Maybe you can show me how to love. Maybe I'm going through withdrawals. You don't even have to do too much. You can turn me on with just a touch, baby. I look around and since it is cold and empty, no one's around to judge me. I can't see clearly when you're gone. And I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep right until I feel your heart touch. I said, ooh, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, when I'm like this, you're the one I trust. Cause I can see the sun light up the sky. So I hit the road and overdrive, baby. Hit the road and overdrive. The city's cold and empty. No one's around to judge me. I can't see clearly when you're gone. And I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your heart touch. I said, ooh, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, when I'm like this, you're the one I trust. I'm coming back to let you know I can never say it on the phone. But when I let you go this time, I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the light. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. Feel free to be whoever you want to be. Feel free to dance, feel free to sing, just feel free. Feels like the world is picking on ya. Feels like it's picking on me. But trying to please everybody, that ain't no way to be. So many people try to get you to fit their mold. I think it's time for a change. This is what I say. Feel free to be whoever you want to be. Feel free to dance, feel free to sing, just feel free. Just let loose of what's got you down. Take your worries, stomp them in the ground. Just let loose of what's got you down. Take your worries, stomp them in the ground. Said to stomp them in the ground. You need to stomp them in the ground. They always got something to say now. Yeah, never satisfied. They'll never say it to your your face, no. But they'll post it online. Trying to get a like now. It's time to tell all the haters to go sit down. Just stop. This is the new decree. Yeah. This is the song we sing. The song we sing. Feel free to be whoever you want to be.
I woke up feeling like it was time. I woke up feeling like it was time. Time to tighten up. I ain't gonna use the language. You know I'm a family man here. But I woke up feeling like it was time to tighten up. It's draft night, baby. Draft night. We got 9 minutes till the draft starts. I'm sorry. You guys had to sit there and listen to some music for a little bit, man. I made some wings for myself, and I didn't want you to have to watch me eat wings. So I was scarfing them down. I think I have a stain on my Jeffrey Simmons Oilers jersey. I'm gonna have to wash it, but got the wings scarfed down so you don't have to watch me eat the wings. The first time I've ever done this, so good to see everybody here tonight. Diego, Diamond Rio fan one, Volcano in the house. The draft getting ready to go. So Wesley Barnes in the chat, buddy of mine, was the best man in my wedding. And we were watching the draft together 2 years ago when the trade happened. You know which one I'm talking about. But I told him I didn't want to watch the draft with him again because it was cursed. What happened? Did something actually happen with AJ? He got a new contract? With who? The Eagles? He's staying with them? The Eagles? Oh, here you go. He's not kidding. I thought he was just being stupid. The Eagles and star wide receiver A.J. Brown agreed to terms on a new 3-year extension for $96 million, the highest for any wide receiver in NFL history. He's now under contract through 2029, and his total guarantee of $84 million is also the highest. The deal, his third at 27, was done by Tory Dandy of CAA. So there you go, AJ. You got paid, man. Hey, you know what? I refuse to let my draft night be all about A.J. Brown. That is a lot of money. Largest contract in NFL history. Now, if this were the case 2 years ago, I would have been a little more fine with letting him go. All right, so let me go ahead and lay a little bit of ground rules, okay? As you can see, there's a draft. All right, I don't know if they're going to get me for having this on my live stream here, but here's the draft. I'm going to have the audio going. You might be ahead of me, folks. You might be a few seconds ahead of me. So please wait in the chat to react to anything that happens here on the draft, because I don't want you to spoil it for me. All right, I'm going to have the chat open here. I'm actually doing that right now. I'm going to have the audio going. I'm just waiting until the draft actually starts. Like I said, if you're just tuning in, I made some wings, and it took longer to make them than I expected. and boy, I was scarfing them things down while y'all were listening to that music, waiting for me to come on here. I also want to thank Titan Kong for the super chat a little bit. I was scarfing them wings down because I didn't want to have to make y'all watch me eat. So, I mean, there's a plate over here of devoured chicken wings. Everybody sure to click the like button. I know there's a lot of live streams tonight. Whole bunch of Titans fans and fans of all teams live streaming. So be sure to click the like button. Gotta help me. Somebody said they were having trouble finding the live stream earlier. And so it'll help if you click like, put me in the algorithm. Why is she frozen? She was frozen. All right. We got 4.5 minutes. Okay. So let's recap here, everybody. the Tennessee Titans offseason so far. Okay. Now, I think we all knew going in, when the season ended, we knew this is going to be an eventful offseason for the Titans. I think we knew that. We knew, hey, listen, there's a lot of money to work with. There's a top 10 draft pick to work with. So we knew that it was going to be an eventful offseason, no doubt. But I think it ended up being far more eventful than we could have even imagined so far, right? Because I didn't think they were actually going to fire Vrabes. I didn't think they were going to fire Vrabel, all right? And that was the first shoe that dropped. And I still can't believe that actually happened. I did not foresee firing Mike Vrabel, but it happened. So an already eventful offseason becomes much more eventful because we got a new head coach coming. Ends up being Brian Callahan. We know all about him. He comes in. Then we get the Bill Callahan. We start seeing all the coaching hires, Denard Wilson, a whole new coaching staff. We went from just feeling like we're going to have a lot of money to work with, top 10 draft pick, to all of a sudden, we got a whole new coaching staff. We got a whole new regime. We got a whole new mindset. Everything changed, okay? And then free agency started, and bada bing, bada boom. We're just recapping here before the draft starts. Bada bing, bada boom. Here comes Calvin Ridley. Here comes Lloyd Cushenberry. Here comes Tony Pollard. Here comes L'Jarius Sneed. All of a sudden, like, this offseason has been one of the more eventful, and we ain't even had to draft yet. All right? We ain't even drafted nobody yet. And it's already just an insanely eventful offseason for the Titans. A lot has changed. A lot has changed. New coach, new staff, new players, new free agents, trades made. And that all leads us to tonight. We've been debating this for months. Okay. The Titans are set there at pick number 7. The Titans are set there at pick number 7, and obviously we all think an offensive line, right? I mean, of course we are. The offensive line for the Titans been terrible, especially for the last 2 years. Just one of the worst in the league. Getting worse and worse. Left tackle. You just feel like Joe Alt is the safest pick for Tennessee right now. But hey, there's a lot of rumors about the Chargers wanting Joe Alt at number 5. A lot of rumors. And some people think the Giants might want Joe Alt at 6. There's a lot of rumors about people trading up. There's a lot of, just all sorts of craziness. And a lot of talk about what the Titans do if not Joe Alt. Trade back, take the next best tackle. Obviously, we are, needing wide receivers. And if Malik I'm telling you this, I've said this before. If Malik Neighbors were in any other draft year, he would be wide receiver 1. I think he's that talented. I think there's that much upside with Malik Neighbors that if he were in any other draft that did not contain Marvin Harrison Jr., he'd be the first wide receiver off the board. So if he's there at pick 7, I will throw a party if we draft Malik Neighbors and we could take our tackle tomorrow in round 2 and let Bill Callahan do his thing. I'm fine with that. I will also throw a party if we get Joe Alt. Listen, some people talk about JC Latham from Bama. Some people talking about Fashanu. We've heard all about that. Some people talking about Brock Bowers. Come on now. Let me show on Twitter here. Two Tone Talk is live now for the draft. Putting this over on the Two Tone Talk Twitter. If you're not following, I don't know if Twitter, X, whatever. There we go. It's over there. All right. Who are we talking to here? We're talking to, I don't know. I'll give you a little volume. Let me know how the audio is. I don't know how much you want to hear this, but let me know how the audio is for the draft and how it is for me.
We welcome you to night 1 of the 2024 NFL Draft in Detroit, which is presented by
Let's go!
by Marriott. It's a night with star power, and it is a night where we may set an all-time record, or at least tie an all-time record for most quarterbacks selected.
Very interesting, Diego.
Quarterback class. is legendary. It featured 6 quarterbacks in
Papa
one.
Top
3 of
again.
them are in the Hall of Fame. Now, we could
This
have
Mountain
6
Dew.
going round 1 tonight.
We definitely could, Bree.
Could never, if you can't hear me good, let me know. If you need to hear this a little better, let me know.
Get it right. New England at 3. Is it Drake May or is it the surging JJ McCarthy? For the Giants,
I don't think New England is sold on Drake May, by the way. I don't think they are.
Wide receiver. Denver and the Raiders, right? Same division. What's Denver going to do? Are they going to sit there and let the Raiders jump them, or the Raiders going to go up and get Michael Penix Jr., the most fascinating draft I've been associated with in my 46 years of covering it, folks.
Wow.
Who's going to be the first defensive player off the board? You guys love to talk about the quarterback and the wide receiver.
I think it's going to be Atlanta taking Dallas Turner.
Is it Laiatu Latu? Is it Byron Murphy? Is it Dallas Turner? Who's going
Dallas
to be that
Turner.
first defensive guy in this plethora?
Who do I think New England? I think New England is taking a quarterback, but I don't know if they're as sold on Drake May. And you got to wonder if, you know, history repeats itself, taking the Michigan quarterback, JJ McCarthy.
Organizations bear responsibility in that regard. I can't wait to get into that discussion.
All right, the commissioner told us that every time the draft goes to a different city, they want that city to put their imprint on it. So let's allow one of Detroit's favorite sons to welcome the world to Detroit this evening. It's time to start.
Once again, everybody let me know if the audio levels need to change here. Need to hear if I'm too loud, not loud enough. Is the draft too loud, not loud enough? I don't know.
By Marriott, the official hotel of the NFL.
I just saw somebody out there in a Titans Derrick Henry jersey.
Celebrate every kiss with care.
I think that's another huge thing that, you know, has happened this offseason that changed the landscape of the Titans is Derrick Henry. Just that alone. I mean, this guy, I can't stress enough, and you guys know, he's been the identity of this team for like 5 years at least. And now he's a Raven. So, I mean, that's yet another thing. Like, we're talking about everything changing for Tennessee. Everything. I mean, coaching staff, new players. Derrick's gone. Like, we are just like in uncharted territory here. And everybody's saying the audio's good, so that's good. If at any point that changes, let me know. But yeah, I mean, it's this is just a crazy offseason. About to get even more interesting and more crazy with the draft. And I want to go on right as we get going here. My guess, in my heart of hearts, and I'm not as sure as I have been, I think you get your 3 quarterbacks, first 3. I think Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May. I think that's your first 3. And I mean, a lot of rumors about Arizona trading back. I'll believe it when I see it. I don't think they're going to trade back. I think Kyler Murray's back. They need weapons to help him out. And I got to believe they are going to stay right where they are and take Marvin Harrison. I just refuse to believe that Arizona, I think when you have an opportunity at a place like where Arizona is as a franchise right now, you need a guy like Marvin Harrison. Who's their wide receiver 1? Somebody let me know. Who is the wide receiver 1 in Arizona? Like, they need Marvin Harrison. I think Arizona's going to stay right where they are, and I think they're going to take Marvin Harrison. And the Chargers, man, I'll be honest with you. I'm worried that they're going to take Joe Alt. I really am. I'm worried they're going to take Joe Alt. But I'm going to say, oh man, I am hesitant on this. I think that's where the Vikings are going to trade up to. I think the Vikings are going to trade with the Chargers to jump up to 5 and take JJ McCarthy. And then the Giants, I believe, will take Malik Neighbors. They need weapons too. I mean, my goodness. And then the Titans will have Joe Alt stare at them in the face at pick 7. That's my last guess. Williams, Daniels, May, Marvin. Vikings trade up for JJ at 5. Neighbors at 6. Alt to the Titans, 7. That's my final answer, Regis. All right.
For NFL draft, one that promises to hold as much intrigue as any that we have seen in quite some time. But as mentioned,
I'm pumped for this draft, dude. I can't remember the last time I was so excited for the draft.
Why don't we have one of this city's favorite sons get this party started tonight? It's the draft.
Oh, here we go.
Detroit? No, that's not right. Welcome to the D.
Boo.
Nope. Come on, Roger.
That's going to be a meme.
Nervous?
Nah, Barry. I'm just fired up.
Hey!
What's it on your sweater?
Mom's spaghetti.
Why you so wound up? You need a hug?
Oh, we doing hugs? I'm ready, Commish.
These guys are going to remember this night for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, not to mention their families, friends. No pressure, bro.
Now, who is going to come out on stage with me?
It should be Barry. He's the Detroit GOAT.
No. How about Megatron? He's taller.
How about Hutch?
Hutch?
Megatron's such a beast.
Better than that.
All right. We only have one shot to nail this. One shot.
Okay. When's Eminem's? Yeah, I'm about to say.
Right?
I'm not afraid.
I'm afraid for you.
I mean, hey, come on, Eminem.
So what's the plan?
2 words. Rap battle.
What? Are they really doing a rap battle? It's dead. Everybody. Boo! Let people hit the quarterback without getting penalized. Here comes Eminem.
We waited 6 years to say this. Welcome to the NFL draft in Detroit. Let's go, Big D. How you like that? Em, I was just kidding about the rap battle. We're gonna save that for another day. But the pride of Detroit has got a little some surprise for you and bringing out a few other surprises for you. So, Em, here you go.
Nashville's was the best.
Detroit! What up? It's here. Make some noise for the Detroit Lions. Let's go!
All right. Come on, Barry. The GOAT. Nice suit there on Hutchinson.
Yo, what up, Detroit? Hey, this is crazy. I can't believe it. But before we get off the stage, I need to hear one thing. Jared Goff.
Hey!
Jared Goff.
I say what?
Jared Goff.
Ah! Jared. Hey, you know what? I'm glad they're behind Jared there.
What's up, Detroit? Let's go, baby! Hey, Detroit!
What?
Let's turn up tonight, baby! Let's get it!
Let's go.
What's up, Detroit? What's up, football fans? Thank you for showing the world how we do it here in Detroit. Great job, guys.
Hey.
just got one thing to say.
Uh-oh.
What up, though?
Man, he was such a beast.
All right, Detroit. Come on.
Come on.
Okay. Detroit, we got fans from 32 teams right down here, and of course, all the Detroit faithful in the back. Welcome to
The
all
Detroit
of you,
people
and
have to
most
sit in the back?
importantly, thank you to Detroit. You guys have been awesome.
Has Roger been drinking a little bit?
All right. You ready to get the show on the road?
Let's do it.
Okay, the 2024 NFL Draft is now underway.
Let's go.
The Chicago Bears are now on the clock.
They hate the Bears in Detroit. All right. Nah, Bears.
And so those are the words we've been waiting months to hear. The Chicago Bears officially on the clock. They'll make the first pick in this draft for the first time since 1947.
All right, Caleb.
And what do they
do
need?
y'all,
They
do
need
y'all
a
think
quarterback.
Caleb Williams is going to be that guy?
Only team to never have
Like,
a quarterback
man,
with
the
4,000 passing yards in a season. They got to just.
I'm not going to lie. I thought that was telling us that a trade had happened right now, and I was about to go nuts. But no, they're recapping the
this
trade.
pick, along with that haul they brought in, including a terrific young offensive lineman in Darnell who they drafted a year ago, and the pass catcher DJ Moore. Adam Schefter, they've had a lot of decisions to make. One of them involved their former quarterback, Justin Fields.
Yeah, they got rid of him.
At the decision they will announce here in just a moment.
Greeny, this was a decision that the Chicago Bears came to weeks, if not months ago. And just like the Cincinnati Bengals once began acclimating Joe Burrow to the city, their team, their organization, and the offense, the Bears have been doing the same with Caleb Williams, getting him ready to become the new face of the franchise, the next quarterback of the Chicago Bears.
Words that the Bears fans have been waiting essentially.
Check your phone, boy.
Now let's talk about Caleb Williams and the decision the Bears make here.
What do you think about this division? You have Jared Goff.
Can you imagine if they took someone else?
Trying to make a move probably for a
Drake
quarterback
May.
today. Sam Darnold's kind of the bridge, you would think. You have the emerging star in Jordan Love with the Green Bay Packers. You have to keep up with the division. You can't.
I mean, there's been a lot of talk about Caleb Williams, some character stuff that people have been worried about with him.
Got to be great. He has a talent. Special. He showed that in 2022.
Sometimes I think that's just a talking point
Patrick Mahomes,
because we need something to talk about till the draft.
Then he kind of hit some opportunities where you say, okay, the spotlight's on him. How's he going to do? At Notre Dame, at South Bend, 3 interceptions in that game. Only threw 5 all year, but 3 in that one game. A couple other games where his completion percentage was below 60%. But he had a bad offensive line. He didn't have Jordan Addison. You see the creativity, the improvisation.
What's up, everybody? Make sure to click that like button. Get me in the algorithm, baby.
Outside the pocket in his career. 120 touchdowns he accounted for over the last 2 years, and only 14 interceptions. He had 27 rushing touchdowns, the same number as Jaden Daniels over those 3 years.
He made some unbelievable plays in college.
This year. He gets a little reckless. He carries the ball like a loaf of bread, a little careless at times.
Facts.
Josh Allen was able to shore that up. Caleb Williams needs to clean that up in the NFL to be an elite quarterback. Certainly this year, without that offensive line, but a defense that couldn't stop him before either.
Chicago.
Caleb was kind of on the spot. In that Notre Dame game, everybody's going to hard. That's one game in his career, guys. One game. Outside of that, he was almost flawless. He had a couple games late, as I said, where he wasn't necessarily on point. But overall, Caleb Williams held off Jaden Daniels. I thought it was going to be Drake May in August. Drake May didn't finish strong. It opened the door for Jaden. Jaden went from a 4th round.
I just don't know. I don't know if I'm buying.
He did enough overall in his career. That one great year
or,
wasn't enough
Drake
to
May
overtake
to New
what
England.
Caleb Williams did last
I don't know if
year.
I'm buying
When
it.
he would have gone number 1 over Bryce Young, and he certainly deserved to be the number 1 pick overall today.
We expect Daniels to go number 2. We'll worry about that when we get there. Let's start with the decision the Bears are making here. Booger, are they getting it right?
Yeah, Green, I think they're absolutely getting it
They
right. I
gotta
think
take
from
him.
a ceiling standpoint, Caleb Williams has the highest ceiling of any quarterback.
Good stuff, Chandler.
And it's important when you bring the quarterback into an organization that he's set up for success. Can you protect him up front? You look at those two stalwart tackles, they can protect him. And then who are going to be the playmakers? Who's he going to throw the football to? Keenan Allen, DJ Moore.
You're telling me they're going to – why do they need to take up the whole 10 minutes?
Call the plays? Shane Walter, another name to remember.
They've known who they're drafting.
The Chicago Bears, Harry Joseph.
For months.
It's going to be important that everybody in that building can get this young man to play on time and in rhythm and in structure, because when he can, Greeny, what he can do off script and off structure is absolutely outstanding. He's the closest thing we've seen to Patrick Mahomes since Patrick Mahomes, and the Chicago Bears have a good one.
Lewis, if you were making this pick tonight, who would you select?
Yeah, look, I'm going to go against the grain a little bit. Look, I did it last year, and I'm going to do it again this year. Look, Jaden Daniels, for me, put together an absolutely fantastic season, and that's not the
He's saying he would pick Jaden Daniels if he were Chicago?
I liked him when I saw him at his pro day. I liked him when I talked to him.
Wow.
If you have to pick a guy, I'm going to pick
I ain't
Jaden
believing
Daniels.
that. Let me put on my Titans
Full
hat.
field reads. This is a guy who, from in the pocket, was number 2 in QBR and FBS this year. For things like this, because of things like this, because he can scan the entire field, win from the pocket, and throw the football accurately. The anticipation that is necessary. Look, you're not going to have all day to throw the football in the NFL.
Jeffrey Simmons signed this hat. And so did A.J. Brown. But
and the slot fade was something that he was fantastic at. You heard Dan Quinn talk about the fact that he wants a
I ain't believing. He's actually saying the Bears should draft Jaden Daniels over Caleb Williams.
This year. I know he had less than 40.
I mean, I don't think they're going
to.
to,
When he
but
football outside the pocket, he was absolutely deadly. And when it comes to mobility, just forget it. This is a guy who will absolutely. You want to talk about snatching souls? He'll absolutely do that. He can take it 90 on you in a heartbeat. He's built for these kind of moments. He is built mentally to be able to handle the rigors of being a franchise quarterback. The people down at LSU vouch for him. He has put in the work.
Riddick just said he wants to be a GM. Good luck with that. Yeah, I mean.
In the NFL. But if I had to pick one,
why did they start the timer over?
I'd go with Jaden Daniels.
You said that about C.J. Stroud.
The pick
see how these two young
is in.
You've met Molly McGrath already.
Caleb Williams, you are a Chicago Bear.
Molly, jump in.
Yeah, that's right, Greeny. Well, Bears GM Ryan Poles told me there will be no surprises with this first overall pick. They decided weeks ago that Caleb Williams is their guy. And when I spoke with Williams yesterday, he told me he walked away
that takes
from
some of the
his top 30
suspense
visit in
out.
Chicago, feeling a sense of calm because of those foundational pieces that you guys all talked about that will lead to his success and this team's success. And Williams even threw with Bears receivers last week. He threw with Keenan Allen and DJ Moore, said the veterans taught him so much in a short amount of time together. And he's starting to feel some chemistry vibing with them. And as you've noticed, Caleb Williams wearing a custom suit, and it's all purposeful. It's navy blue to represent the team colors that he'll be wearing this fall, guys.
The little bit of an offbeat personality.
Can you imagine?
He's, of course, the first mega star of the NIL era. So we've seen him in different ways than we're accustomed to with previous players. That's going to be something we will get used to. He will always be the first one to come along. This is a young man who I think a year ago we knew was destined for this moment, and this night has finally come. You see the congratulations already being shared in the Bears.
All right, Roger, get out here and tell us.
Tonight, barring a trade at number 9 overall. But here it comes. They've waited a century. Let's see if this is the time they get it right. The commissioner is on his way to the stage to announce the first pick of the 2024 NFL Draft. And for the first time since
walk faster, Roger.
It's the Bears who make the selection.
All right, Caleb.
With the first pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
The people in Detroit are booing Caleb Williams, and he ain't even
there he is, Chicago,
taking a snap yet.
There's your new
hey, you know what? Talented kid.
You know his story.
Don't overthink it. They had to go with him. I mean, too much.
He committed to Oklahoma.
Too much upside.
Lincoln Riley to LA. The rest
I mean,
is
he's got potential to be very special.
Finishes his career with 120 touchdowns in 33
that's the pick they had to do. That's what they had to do.
In this NIL era, he has been omnipresent. But Mel, all of it in so many ways felt like it was leading up to this night.
Ryan Poles, general manager of Chicago Bears, he was in 2017 director of college scouting when Patrick Mahomes was selected by the Kansas City Chiefs. He said, you see some Mahomes.
Hey, come on, boy.
You see a guy here who can improvise, create. Think about Caleb Williams now in this division. Jordan Love, from the Thanksgiving Day upset of the Detroit Lions, emerged as a big-time quarterback in this league. Jared Goff's been to a Super Bowl.
That's another thing. I mean, in that division,
then you have Minnesota.
Jordan Love looking good.
You got to look at this division.
You know,
I felt
Jared Goff's always going to be solid for Detroit. Minnesota, we'll see here in a little bit what they do.
They were going to help them, right? And they're going to make a decision. Is it Justin or is it Caleb? That's what it got down to. And they sent Justin Fields to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Really a giveaway, in my opinion. But now Caleb Williams becomes the guy. He's got to be special because Justin Fields is on his way to being really good. So now it's Caleb Williams in this division.
Was he?
Can't be third.
I mean, what is this narrative that Justin Fields was just tearing it up?
Minnesota's going to do something.
You know, it's like,
Caleb Williams has to be, and not be Patrick Mahomes, but he's got to be somewhat close.
If he was tearing it up,
5 to 7 overall, the NFL
why did they trade him to Pittsburgh to probably be the backup?
He can do what a quarterback should be able to do, which is distribute the football and play point guard.
All right, Washington's on the clock. What are y'all thinking? Jaden Daniels, of course, for the Commanders.
Playmakers there in Chicago, and so can he play on script and in rhythm and get the ball to those?
I mean, the Commanders are another one. Like they gotta get a good quarterback in there. Dak Prescott,
this show started.
Iffy, but I mean he's good in Dallas.
Shane Waldron, the new offensive coordinator of Chicago,
Giants
now has to develop that
the Eagles and Jalen Hurts, they're going to be powerhouse. They just paid AJ Brown everything they have,
and really realize all of his potential for that organization.
Subway takes us down to the stage where Molly is standing by with Caleb Williams.
Let's hear what he's got to say.
Caleb, you told me you've been dreaming of this moment ever since you were a little kid. You have always wanted to be the #1 pick in the NFL draft. What did it take to get here?
It took a lot of sacrifice, love, care for winning the game of football, my teammates, my coaches, and my family.
You won a Heisman Trophy. You're the #1 pick in the NFL draft. What is your next goal as a member of the Chicago Bears?
Learn all my teammates' names, their families, learn the playbook, and get ready to go win games.
All right, congratulations, Caleb.
Thank you.
So there he is from USC to Chicago.
Hey,
certainly not the first time in recent years the Bears have tried this. Mitchell Trubisky,
I mean,
second pick
Fields
overall,
was a little better than Trubisky, so if Caleb can be better than Fields and kind of continue that progression.
They choose Caleb Williams ahead of, and so tonight Caleb Williams is the next chance to become the first.
I hope they never change this music right here for all the NFL-related like highlights and stuff.
In decades. Okay, so that's the portion of the evening that we foresaw.
Mel has Odunze on his best available ahead of Neighbors.
These quarterbacks on the board. Washington
I mean,
is on the clock.
I wouldn't mind taking Odunze if that's what we have to do.
Last week, the Washington Commanders had a group of quarterbacks in for a visit, and in the end, the two quarterbacks that had the most support within the Commanders organization were Jaden Daniels and also JJ McCarthy. Those are the two quarterbacks to watch here. But inevitably, Jaden Daniels' talent is so strong, so inevitable. There is a coach in the NFL that said that Jaden Daniels is Lamar Jackson 2.0, and that he is.
That's some high expectations to put on the young man.
Jackson. We'll see if he can make that happen and if he's the pick. And now down to Molly McGrath.
Well, Adam, you guys mentioned all of the questions swirling around Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders, and first-time GM Adam Peters is really leaning on his mentors in the face of all of those question marks. He's been on the phone all week long talking to a lot of his mentors, one of them Bob Myers, former GM for the Golden State Warriors. He's now an advisor to the Commanders, and he's asking him questions like, what would you do in this situation? And one of the things that Myers said to him that really stuck with him is don't make a decision until you absolutely have to make a decision. And Myers is a proven winner. He created a dynasty with Golden State, so Peters is taking that advice to heart. He said he's not going to make a decision until he absolutely has to, which is right now. And Jaden Daniels even telling us he doesn't know where he's going to go. He didn't even see
so it is kind of up in the air.
There's trade offers and all these questions. So, Mel, if they could have gotten a treasure trove of selections instead of selecting Jaden Daniels, are they doing the right thing taking the quarterback?
You got to take Jaden Daniels. I mean, you go from a 4th-round pick pick, the second pick overall, you had to be spectacular. He was, and keep in mind, Herm Edwards brought him to Arizona State. Herm Edwards compares him to Randall Cunningham. I know the Lamar Jackson comparisons are out there. This kid balanced being aggressive,
the pick,
not turning it over. On being
is it
running the ball aggressively, throwing it aggressively, guys, and he did not turn it over. Alabama, back-to-back years, think, well, Nick Saban's going to figure him out this year. He didn't have an answer for Jaden Daniels. 2 games he accounted for in those 2 games, 60 points.
I mean, I would be shocked if they took JJ McCarthy right here. But it is telling to me that they apparently weren't interested in Drake May. It was down to Jaden Daniels, JJ McCarthy. I'm telling you, I don't think New England is taking Drake May.
No, you cannot let a player dictate policy. It's the NFL. You pick them, they come to you.
I don't know if they want McCarthy either.
The Raiders are picking way down the line. It's not Eli Manning and Phillip Rivers at the top where you can flip-flop. I know Antonio Pierce wanted him. Probably would have wanted to be there. If you're Washington, you need the quarterback, and you got a guy there. I'm sure Dan Quinn, a defensive guy, says, who are defense coordinators going to stress about all week and not sleep about all week? Okay, who's that guy? It's Jaden Daniels.
And of all the quarterbacks this season, he had the best tape, Greeny, from start to finish. His tape was better than any quarterback in college football. So if you're watching, you got to take it.
Louis Riddick, you've been saying to me for months on this program, in the lead-up, and on Get Up, and anywhere else we've had this conversation, that he is your #1 player in this class. And I can see the commissioner making his way out onto the stage where he will announce the selection. It's been in for a few moments.
Hey, that was
the Washington draft.
Dude from Good Morning Football.
Celebration.
All right, here we go.
Pick #2.
Who's it going to be for Washington? Got to be Daniels.
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels, quarterback, LSU.
Hey, talented dude, man. And the expectations, they said that he was Lamar Jackson 2.0. You talk about high expectations for this kid. Dang.
He won the Heisman, the Walter Camp, the Unitas, the O'Brien, and Manning Awards, and was the AP College Football Player of the Year. You mentioned that he started at
That's going to be an interesting division. Jalen Hurts, Dak,
so he's 23
now
years
him,
old with lots of
Daniel
experience.
Jones.
The frame, Lewis, is what everyone talked about. Weighed in at 210 at the Combine. That silenced a lot of those questions.
Yeah, I never had any questions about that, especially after I got to see him in person down in Baton Rouge on the Pro Day. The same way I had no questions after I saw C.J. Stroud at Ohio State. I got the same feeling about him. The people down at LSU will tell you this. The amount of time that this young man put in from the day he stepped foot on campus to build towards this moment, the amount of investment that he made in his ability to go ahead and be able to be consistent for this football
to the Patriots.
Team, to not back
I'm telling
away
you, I don't
from
think
any
they're drafting
challenge.
Drake
As a
May.
matter of
I
fact,
could be wrong.
he ran towards every single challenge that was put his way at LSU, and it manifested itself not by accident in him having a season where he was number 1 in total QBR, number 2 in QBR in the pocket, number 1 in QBR outside the pocket. He's a guy
I do understand, like, depending on,
with his legs.
He could have a bigger upside than Caleb Williams just because of the direction the NFL's going with, quarterbacks that are revolutionizing the game like Lamar Jackson.
With him.
Really
Peters, make sure he's protected. Adam Peters, make sure you get him weapons. Defense, play your part. Magic Johnson.
Of course, they're going to show us highlights, though. So
Josh Harris,
everything here is going to look good.
No whispering about we could have had someone else, or maybe we wanted someone else. Pour into him the same way he's going to pour into your organization, and you'll get it back tenfold.
You know, I had a chance to visit with him, and I talked to him. What was the difference between year 1 and year 2 at LSU? He talked about the consistency. It's the first time since high school he had the same offensive coordinator, the same group of receivers, the same coaches, and we saw the
what is New England about to do?
Year 1 to year 2.
Let me know in the comments. Who do you think New England's taking right here?
The process. He's an elite.
I'm going to go McCarthy. I'm going to go on a limb.
To process information.
I'm going to say they're going to take JJ McCarthy right here. I know I just predicted McCarthy to the Vikings a little bit ago, but I'm swapping it just to be fun.
That's
I'm going to say McCarthy to the Patriots right here, right now.
The moment he got there, he'll be special in the National Football League.
Really similar to Joe Burrow's ascension to be the #1 pick overall. He went from Ohio State to LSU. In year 1 at LSU, he was good. He wasn't special. In year 2, with Jefferson and Chase, 2 great receivers, he was
This is so much fun. Do you guys remember a couple of years ago when like guys used to get drafted and immediately they would like talk about the saddest thing that had ever happened to him? They'd be like, best moment of this kid's life. Let's talk about the time that he lost a dear family member in a car crash.
Same with Burrow, having
like,
a few receivers, Jefferson and Chase, took his play and his
Oh,
performance
the
to
pick
another level.
is in. There you go, Diego. They didn't trade out.
Defense, so he had to put points on the board and match points and bring them back in the fourth quarter. He didn't win the national title. No fault of his own. It was the defense.
They must
that
know,
wasn't very good.
you know, they must have known who they wanted
He
because they
didn't,
didn't.
but the situation
It
was
didn't
like
take
you're
them as
worried
long
about a
to
fourth, second
send
pick
their pick
overall,
in as
just
it
look at
did
Joe Burrow.
Chicago or Washington.
Molly's got Jaden Daniels. Molly.
Jaden, you've had a life-changing year, ending with the Heisman Trophy. Now you're the #2 pick in the NFL draft. What has this journey been like for you to get here?
I don't know.
It's been a blessing, man. I couldn't be here without God, man. It's been a blessing. All the adversity I've been through, the perseverance, man. I'm just happy I'm blessed.
How can this Commanders offensive staff, including guys like Cliff Kingsbury, bring out the best in you?
Just believe in me. You know, it's going to be a
Best
grind. We're going
available
to
top
work.
3 are all wide
I'm a hard
receivers.
worker, man, so I can't wait.
All right, congratulations. Jaden Daniels heading to the Washington Commanders.
The Commanders, or at least the Washington football franchise, has selected
Look
a
at that
lot of
lineup.
quarterbacks in the first round going back through the common draft era. Heath Schuler, you see there along the
R.I.P.
way.
Dwayne
RG3,
Haskins.
our colleague,
Still
was the
can't believe
rookie
he's
of
not
the year
with us
for them in 2012 before injuries. So they've been struggling to try and find exactly the right guy. Maybe now they've done so in Jaden Daniels. So 2 are down, and the mystery begins. The New England Patriots are on the clock, and Adam Schefter is with us with the very latest. What are we expecting from the Patriots?
Greeny, essentially, the New England Patriots took calls from the Minnesota Vikings and the New York Giants, but I was told there is a 0 chance that they are moving out of that slot. They are going to take their quarterback in the future.
Could that be Mel Kiper?
I would go Drake May. Drake May, to me, going into this year, you thought he could challenge Caleb Williams. Why didn't he? Well, he lost his offensive coordinator. He didn't have Josh Downs. Heck of a player. Had 94 catches for Drake May that year. He moved on to the Indianapolis Colts, right? Think about late season.
There's
Ted
Drake.
Walker came back, right? Came back. He was suspended by the NCAA as top receiver. Yet against Virginia, NC State, Clemson, Miami, there were some games.
I feel
where
like
you said,
Arizona,
he wasn't as accurate. He
that's
wasn't
going
as
to be
precise.
the
He
first
was
one
missing
where I
receivers.
start
He was
looking for
stressing receivers.
trades.
Got to adjust to
Just-
some poorly thrown balls.
I never
But the
felt
talent,
like
he's
these top
21
3
years of
teams were
age,
going to
is through
trade
the
out.
roof. That's what you're
I mean,
betting on.
especially
All
Chicago
talent
and
comes
Washington,
together
but
for
I
Drake
didn't.
May. He can become a franchise quarterback
But I
in
mean,
the NFL.
Shefty said they
May,
did
perhaps
listen
JJ McCarthy,
to
another
the Vikings
high-profile
and the
quarterback
Giants.
still on the board. We're about to find out. The Patriots pick is in. The commissioner is on his way. Here comes
All right.
pick number 3.
New England.
With the 3rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May.
Wow. All right.
North Carolina.
I was wrong. I thought they'd go McCarthy. I was going out on a limb.
And so
Pick up McCarthy,
the
but
speculation
Drake
is
May.
going almost
All right.
exactly as had been projected. Drake May at Carolina succeeded Sam
Hey,
Howell.
listen, you know,
26 games.
I felt like the Patriots didn't really believe in this guy throughout the, lead up based on what you heard from different analysts. But you know what?
To go in round 1 since Mitch Trubisky to Chicago in 2017. Mel, do they have it right?
I think they can get it right. They got
And it's
going to
be interesting. Let's think about their division.
This organization,
Aaron Rodgers, if he can stay healthy,
21 years of
and
age, he's
Josh
still
Allen.
developing.
So,
You've got a kid who's 6'4.5",
you're the
223
team
pounds,
that
can make any throw you want.
has
When
got
he
to figure
gets
it
in a
out.
rhythm,
New head
he can
coach.
pick you apart. Now, sometimes he doesn't always get in that rhythm.
Oh, here we go. We're getting warm. Our name's about to be on the screen. Ooh. Arizona's on the clock. Are they going to trade out? I think they're just going to go Marvin. They got to go Marvin. Don't overthink it, Arizona. You got to go Marvin Harrison.
You sit him for a little bit. Do you force him into play?
Who else does New England have? Who can they start? They have Brissett.
Drake May, like
Guess
an
I could
only
start
21, in a
Jacoby
very
Brissett for a
athletic
little while.
family. He wants to be great.
That's an
the
acceptable
mobility he
starter.
had. He drew comparisons to Justin Herbert going into the year. Justin Herbert had some struggles at times that final year at Oregon. Still hasn't gotten over the hump in the NFL. Trying to finish games off in those final couple of minutes. Drake
Dude,
May
what do we
could
do if
be
nobody
like the
trades
Josh
out?
Allen comparisons
And then
exaggerated.
it's
I would
like
go more to Justin
Marvin,
Herbert.
Neighbors,
Drake May,
and Alt
still a guy
all go.
who cannot
God forbid, then what do we
underestimate
do?
Talent, guys, and he's got
Take Odunze?
enormous ability and a
Or
work ethic
trade
second
back?
to none.
Yeah, look, Elliott Wolf
Oh.
is in charge of personnel
I don't know.
up there in New England now.
Let's see how all this plays out.
What he needs
I
to
got
do next.
butterflies in my
Address
stomach.
the offensive line and address the wide receiver position. You cannot put your young quarterback behind the offensive line that was dead last in pass block win rate last year and had a wide
Is
receiver
Arizona
that had less than
gonna
2,000
trade
yards
out
total
this
as a
big?
group. One of 4 teams
Oh,
in the NFL.
my
That
goodness.
can't happen. You have to build it up around him now. You got your guy.
I don't think
Build
they
it up
will,
around
but
him.
there's
So
been
I'm waiting to the
speculation.
stage, Molly and Drake May.
Thank you, Drake. The Patriots are trying to rebuild their
what he has to
dynasty.
say.
What went through your mind when you got the call that you would be joining one of the most successful teams in NFL history?
Oh, it's a blessing. I'm blessed. I'm usually a man a lot of words. It left me speechless. So I'm excited to be here tonight. And Pass Nation, let's go, man. Let's go. Pass Nation.
As the youngest of 4 brothers, you've been competing your entire life. What kind of competitive attitude are you bringing to New England?
Yeah, competitor. Anything keeping the score, I'm here to win. And, the Patriots get my whole family, all my brothers, everybody. I'm a full package. So looking forward to it. And let's go, Boston.
All right, congratulations, Drake. So happy for you.
Celtics?
Molly, thanks. One of those brothers, of course, Luke, was a star on the basketball team that won the national championship in 2017. Here are the Patriots' first-round quarterbacks in the common draft era. Obviously, the greatest of them all is not listed on there. Tom Brady was the 199th pick in the draft.
Yeah.
The year he came out. Mac Jones just a few years ago.
Man, everybody thought Mac Jones was going to be
that
like
they've seen there. We'll see
the
if
dude
this is
for
the next
them.
era of
You remember how
Patriots
good
football.
his
So now,
rookie
the
season
first
was?
hot spot of the night, the
And
Arizona
then it
Cardinals.
just fell apart.
A place that perhaps they trade out, or do they go for the receiver they're looking for? Adam Schefter, what should we expect?
What is it,
Brady, you
Schefter?
remember last year when the Arizona Cardinals bounced all around the first round. That's not going to be the case this year. They're going to stick at number 4. And 20 years and 1 day ago, they drafted a wide receiver who turned out to be a Hall of Fame receiver in Larry Fitzgerald. Now they get the chance to go after another receiver. They will not
be
trade the
Marvin.
pick. They will stay in the slot, Greeny.
Now,
The
Booger,
pick
that would
is
sound
in.
like Marvin Harrison Jr., but you've told us you like
Yeah, it's
Malik
gonna be
Neighbors
Marvin.
the best of all the receivers.
Yeah, I do. I think Malik Neighbors is the best receiver. He can do everything that Marvin Harrison can do, and he's faster. So I like Ferraris. I know we got Maserati.
Booger,
but
I
want the
mean,
Ferrari,
come
the
on,
faster
bro.
car. And Neighbors run after catch to me.
Marvin's
is what
like-
separates him from
You're
Marvin
talking about a
Harrison Jr.
I'll take Larry
generational
Fitzgerald
guy.
type. They had picked Larry Fitzgerald 3rd overall when he came
Yeah,
out of
it's-
Pitt. I
it's
think Marvin
Marvin.
Harrison Jr. can be that kind of player. This team has 7 picks in the first 4 rounds the Arizona Cardinals do. To trade down and lose an elite receiver, one of these 3 would have been ridiculous. They had the draft capital of the picks to
I
improve
never
this football
believed,
team.
you
Wide
know,
receivers a key need area. They have a
I was
tight
just
end by
never
the name of Trey
convinced that the
McBride.
Cardinals
Came on like gangbusters
were
over the final
gonna
9
trade
games
out
of the
of it. I
year with
just-
63 receptions.
You're in that
for 115
position, looking at their
over the first
roster,
7 games.
Kyler
So now
Murray
you
needs
add a guy
help.
like Marvin
You
Harrison
gotta
Jr.
go.
to Kyler Murray. Now you're on your way, and you got all these
gotta
picks coming
go
up to really improve
with
that
Marvin.
talent base on both sides of the ball.
I remember asking Devontae Adams once during a production meeting, what makes a true number 1? And he said it's the guy who can line up in the outside lane, outside the numbers. You know you're throwing it to him, and he can make the catch anyway. Marvin Harrison Jr. was built for these moments. He's built for that kind of responsibility.
Yup.
And think about it this year. He had a higher per catch average rate and matched his production with subpar quarterback play. He's a stud.
I can see the commissioner starting to make his way up the tunnel here again. The
Oh, here he
Cardinals.
comes.
There had been so much speculation in weeks leading up to this. Would this be the spot
All
that someone
right,
would
the
trade up to take the
Arizona
4th quarterback in
Cardinals.
this draft? They didn't.
Yet I
Here comes the
believe.
With the 4th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft,
Maserati Marv.
the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, Ohio State.
This has been a very good
You're
night
up
for
to
mock
bat,
drafts
Kyler
so
Murray.
far.
You
It
got
is
your
down to
dude
Belichick.
now. I
It was
mean,
projected.
if
Think
you
of
ever
all
go
the
do
receivers
it,
to
now
come out of
is the
Ohio
time
State.
to do it,
But Marvin
brother.
is the only one who was a
I
two-time All-American.
listen.
In
This
fact,
guy
he was
right here,
unanimous
being a
first team
Titans
both
fan.
times.
I mean,
Plus, he
this
won the
this
Biletnikoff
guy's
Award
dad
last year, caught
used to have us
144 balls
in
the past two
just
seasons, 28 touchdowns.
the worst of times.
By the way, he's outdone his dad now. Marvin Sr.
this
went
guy,
19th in 1996.
I feel like he might be better than his dad.
Number 4.
Yeah, a lot bigger than Marvin Harrison Sr. Marvin Harrison Sr.
Good pick
5'11
by
and a half,
Arizona.
181. Marvin Harrison
He's gonna be
Jr.
tough.
6'3 and a quarter,
He's gonna be
210.
tough
Marvin
to-
Harrison ran 4.33.
tough to
Marvin Harrison Jr.
defend.
not that fast. Marvin Harrison Sr. 19th.
Chargers are on the clock. What are they gonna do? Are we about to see a trade? Are they gonna take Joe Alt? Are they gonna break our little Joe Alt hearts?
He had 29 receptions against press coverage the last 2 years, most in FBS. 15 contested catches on third down the last 2 years, most in FBS. And he did it this year, and his numbers didn't lag. He was exactly numbers-wise, production-wise, what he was 2 years ago. And he did it with C.J. Stroud. He did it with Colin McCord, who, by the way, was at Syracuse, guys. You talk about a receiver who gets it. He's going to work as hard as anybody. His dad did. I was with his dad at the Hula Bowl way back when he came out, right? And he was the first.
Dude, you know the Vikings,
I said, hey, Marvin,
maybe even the Broncos probably blowing up that. They're not going to trade with the Broncos because they're in their division.
Game face, business.
Why would you let somebody in your own division up there?
Before, during, after, to get that timing down, Marvin Harrison Jr. will be the exact same way with Kyler Murray.
Well, no one knows that better than Booger. You played with his dad.
Yeah, I played with his dad. And so what can you learn from father to son? I saw the traits of Senior every day at practice, the hard work. And so can you pass those traits on down to your son, how to play the position, how to be the receiver? It's really simple.
Yeah, look at who they're playing, the Titans. In the gosh. First of all, the throw by Peyton, ridiculous.
Every single day
Samari Roll fighting for his life right there.
Making sure the body control, making sure he got both feet in bounds, the eye, catching the football.
Yeah, you didn't have a chance
like
there,
father,
Samari.
Like son.
God bless
matter
you, brother.
The quarterback play. Put the ball up. I'll go get
God,
it.
that throw too.
Over
Who
the
threw
shoulder,
that ball? Who was their
have really
quarterback?
good body control. Give myself enough room to the outside where the quarterback can complete the football, track it, get both feet in down. Think those conversations at the dinner table didn't rub off? All those conversations out on the playground? And then, that's not the only thing, Greeny. Understand this. When you play receiver, you have to be able to understand how to get the ball.
That looks like a playoff game right there.
The body control, though. How to contort your body to make sure that you're giving your quarterback the proper angle and the proper target to throw the football. C.J. Stroud, look at that.
Gosh.
I'm going to make sure he's got enough room, but then
I'm jealous.
The ability to
I'm jealous of the
body,
Cardinals right now,
catch
man.
the football, get both.
I'm just glad he's not in the
bounds.
AFC,
The
okay?
conversation that we saw
I'm just
from
glad
Senior, that
he
I
is
saw
in
every day
another
at practice,
conference
he passed down to
far
Junior.
away from
They're
me.
getting a really good receiver.
And just think about the body type you're getting it in.
Yeah.
A guy who's he's pushing 6'4", 212 plus, 215 plus. What do you do? I mean, look, and he's not a guy who's just, resigned to the outside. He can play any position. Unbelievable weapon.
Subway Molly with
somebody's drink
Maserati
fell.
Bar.
Thank you. Marvin, one of the most talented wide receiver classes in NFL draft history, and
I
your
have a
name
feeling it's
was
gonna be
called
all-
first. How much pride do you feel in this moment?
I'm just super blessed to be here, really. I mean, like you said, there's a lot of great receivers in this draft class. It's an honor to be first. We got to go and put that work in now.
A career in the NFL was written in your bloodline, but how important is it for you to create your own legacy in this league?
Yeah, I'm just going to try to be my best self, just be the best person, be the best player I can be, and whatever happens, happens from there.
All right, Maserati Marv heading to Arizona. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
He's actually the second straight year they've taken an Ohio State player in the
Good
first
for
round.
Arizona.
They took Paris Johnson
All right,
last year, 6th
Chargers.
overall, and he joins this
What's it going to be?
illustrious list of players drafted in the first round whose dads are Pro Football Hall of Famers.
I
So
mean,
far,
the
our
Giants
pick-to-trade
might go
ratio is
McCarthy
4-0. We'll see if that changes next.
I mean, they probably
the NFL draft.
So
on
the Giants
ESPN.
were trying to trade up to get a quarterback, and it looks like that might fall into their lap anyway, unless the Vikings trade up right here. I don't know what's going to happen. What's going to happen? This is our first commercial break. What's going to happen? I mean, I wish they hadn't gone to commercial. They were probably about to go to Adam Schefter and be like, what's going on? And then he would have kind of told us whether they were at least going to trade out or not. Oh, man. I mean, the first four pretty much went like you most likely predict, the three quarterbacks and then Marvin, but this is where it starts to get dicey. Yes, I don't know. I mean, you know, the Chargers, I'll say this. You could be looking at a situation, and probably are, whoever the Chargers don't pick, either Neighbors or Alt, probably going to the Titans, because the Giants might very well be taking JJ McCarthy. So if they take Joe Alt here, it might very well be Malik Neighbors. Al is saying, Ian Rappaport says the Chargers are picking no trade, which means the Giants' patience paid off if they want a new QB. Okay. So it looks like there will be no trade. So, I mean, bummer for the Vikings, who it was rumored that they were really trying to get ahead of the Giants, but the Giants might not go quarterback. This pick that the Chargers are about to make is really important for the Titans, because if the Giants are going to go quarterback, I mean, this might just tell you who the Titans are picking right here. Because the Chargers take Joe Alt, it's probably Malik Neighbors. If they take Neighbors, you're going to get Joe Alt. I mean, assuming that the Giants go quarterback, which is not a guarantee. Keep in mind, Ian Rappaport said if they want a new quarterback. The pick is in. So, indeed, the Chargers did not trade out. They are picking somebody. Oh, my gosh. Okay. Ugh. Okay. Enough with the USAA commercials, all right?
Hi, I'm Gronk.
Gronk,
Your new roommate.
Shut up. Get us back to the draft. I'm getting nervous. Oh, my gosh. What's about that?
Everybody wants super straight, super white teeth. They want that Hollywood white smile.
I don't care about Sensodyne. Get me back to the draft.
Sensitivity protection.
Lord.
I think it's a great product. It's going to help a lot of patients.
All right, draft. Oh my gosh, this is an
Far
Eggo?
too few people know what a McCrispy is, but the ones who do say it's juicy.
Why are you talking about
And
it so
when you taste
seductively?
You'll say that too.
Shut your mouth. It's McDonald's. All right, back to the draft. All right.
Back to Detroit, and here's
what man, what are the Chargers going to do?
Exactly what you wrote down this morning on your mock draft. Caleb Williams went number 1 to Chicago. Jaden Daniels went 2 to Washington. Drake May 3 to the New England Patriots. Marvin Harrison Jr. went number 4 to Arizona. We are still waiting for our first trade of the night. Will the 5th spot be the spot? The Chargers are on the clock, and Adam
clearly
Schefter
not.
has the latest. Shefty.
A lot of people wondered if there would be a team that would trade up to the Chargers spot. They are not trading the pick. They are going to use the pick likely on an offensive tackle. And that means the New York Giants at number 6 will have a choice about whether to take JJ McCarthy or a highly rated wide receiver or offensive lineman. We also should point out that in recent weeks, both the Patriots and Vikings called the Chargers to see if they had any interest in trading Justin Herbert.
They're going to draft
Chargers
Joe Alt.
Absolutely not. They're holding on to him, and they're making the pick now.
They're going to draft Joe Alt.
Not going anywhere. The selection not going anywhere. The Giants will have an interesting decision to make.
Oh my gosh, the Chargers.
See what direction the Chargers went. There were several highly
We have
touted
spent the last 3 months as Titans fans feeling like we're going to get Joe Alt. Oh my gosh, no.
With the 5th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt, tackle, Notre Dame.
No!
What an offensive line they're
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Joe!
Games for the Irish at left tackle, and
oh my gosh!
All-American last year, finalist for the Outland Trophy, just huge, 6'8.5".
Oh, Bill Callahan, help us! You're gonna have to. Okay. All right. Oh my gosh!
Hall of Fame now. Joe Alt is headed to Los Angeles.
Yeah, and the first thing you notice about
I can't believe it. I didn't think that they would actually do it.
A mountain of a man. And then once you get past
Joe!
the size, the first thing I ask of my offensive
Oh,
lineman, can
no,
they move? Can they be
Joe.
easy mover? Can he take that 6'8" frame?
It almost felt like he was already a Titan. We've become so attached to Joe Alt over these last 3 months. We all just felt like it was the obvious. Oh my gosh. Okay, so now dude, okay, what do we do? We got to see what the Giants do. Okay, we need the Giants to draft JJ McCarthy. At least give us. Dude, if the Giants draft Malik Neighbors, what the heck are we going to do?
But definitely not least.
I mean, who's the next best tackle? Latham? Fashanu? You can probably trade back and get one of those guys.
Knock somebody's block off at 6'8",
oh my gosh.
He can do
the
it.
Chargers just stole our hopes and dreams. Joe, say it ain't so, Joe.
Perfect illustration of how the size of players has changed since John came into the league at 275 pounds. His son at 320.
Well, what do you guys think? Let me ask you this in the chat. At this point, who do you want right now? What's the best case scenario for you now that Joe is off the board? Neighbors, Odunze, just take the next best tackle, trade back and take a tackle.
Left tackle to right tackle.
What's your best bet? If you are, who do the Chargers have at wide receiver? That's why I'm shocked. They got rid of Keenan Allen. They got rid of Mike Williams. Who do they even have? Who is Justin Herbert?
Take a breath because we have reached a critical moment in this draft right now. We
yeah.
wondered, would the New
oh,
York
the picks
Giants,
in. What are the Giants? Oh God, I'm so nervous. I'm about to fall out of this chair.
To do so. It has turned out that if JJ McCarthy is the quarterback they want, they would not have to. Are we about to see a significant move? You see on the screen behind you, the Giants getting set to make their pick.
Who's it going to be?
Greeny, the Giants put an awful lot of work into quarterbacks, an inordinate amount of
They're
time.
going to take McCarthy. They wanted to.
That they need wide receiver help. They need offensive
No, you don't!
And that seems to be the direction they've gone in recent days, leaning more towards the wide receiver as much as they like JJ McCarthy. He was the guy they would have taken. It sounds like they're going to go in a different direction.
No!
Malik Neighbors is on the board. Rome Odunze is on the board. JJ McCarthy is on the board. What should the Giants do?
Look, I don't think you ever pass up on a franchise quarterback if you believe that JJ McCarthy is a franchise quarterback. I'm not of the belief that you just kind of build up everything around the quarterback.
Dude,
and then you
I'm
just
sweating.
Select the quarterback. The Giants have tried doing that.
They could go Odunze. I mean, keep in mind, Mel has Odunze ahead of Neighbors on his best available.
To their offensive line, throwing draft capital at it.
Come on, just freaking take JJ. I don't care what Schefter said.
Continue to work with that mindset, thinking I can just always build up around.
But they tried to trade up.
If you think that guy on the screen is
they were trying to trade up to New England's
spot. If you don't, then move on. If it's wide receiver, that guy on your screen is an absolute beast. So you can't go wrong.
What are we going to do?
Don't tell me that you can't pick a franchise quarterback.
You got to help Daniel Jones. You can't hang about the dry. Rome Odunze is a special player. Malik Neighbors, if you're taking the heir apparent, Daniel Jones has no shot.
Well, I already don't think
Giants. We're told the pick is in, but I don't see the commissioner yet. We have a moment. Oh, there he is. He's
oh my God! My heart rate is through the roof.
The most explosive player at the receiver position in the draft, and the Giants receivers absolutely stink.
My heart rate's through the roof.
With the 6th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU.
Wow. We thought maybe quarterbacks would go 1, 2, 3, and 4.
What are we going to do?
JJ McCarthy still on the board as we get
to the Giants take Neighbors. What are we going to do?
All the great receivers that have come out of LSU, including Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. Neighbors is the school's all-time leader in catches and yards with over 3,000 yards in 3 seasons. In a league that values explosive plays, he led
Neighbors
the FBS
to the
with
Giants?
17 catches of 30 yards or longer last year.
Well, I said the most fascinating draft of I've ever been associated with because of the.
What do you take Odunze? I mean, he's like the only.
And JJ McCarthy, the Daniel Jones, who you didn't draft. Okay, you inherited Daniel Jones.
Oh,
so
we're on the clock,
your own guy,
dude.
To try to help Daniel Jones. They haven't had
go Odunze. I say go Odunze.
In 6 years since Odell Beckham Jr. in 2018.
Unless you can just get like some unbelievable value in a trade. You need to just take Rome Odunze.
The fastest receiver. No one.
If we freaking come out here
from the slot than Malik Neighbors. You talk about run after the catch, he can do it. If I want to give the NFL fans a picture that you've already seen, think Jamar Chase, but he's faster. And if you're a quarterback, wouldn't you want to
agree with 116. Either take Odunze or trade back.
Now they get a guy who has the potential being a #1 receiver. He can play inside.
At least he's going to the NFC again. At least he's going to the NFC. Get him away from us.
Football League since Tyree came in.
Yeah, look, I mean, he is the total package. The only thing he doesn't have Marvin Harrison Jr.'s height. But I take his ability to catch.
Why did they not take JJ McCarthy, bro?
Reminds you, in
Daniel Jones sucks.
In that regard, he's just about as tough as they come. And I'll tell you here, look, when you're talking about Jamar Chase, he has that because what can Jamar do? Jamar is a 3-position player.
So
who can play
would any of those teams want a quarterback? Would any of them even need to move up? Who is there? Atlanta's not going quarterback. Chicago's not going quarterback. The Jets are at 10. They're not going quarterback. So do they even need to move up now?
You see, he's splitting quarters coverage essentially right there.
I'm not opposed to Rome Odunze, by the way. Like, obviously, Mel had him ahead of Neighbors on his best Mel. Like, I'm good with Odunze.
Well, Malik, if you've ever been up close to him, you see he has a running back type of body. He doesn't have
at this point, I think Odunze is the best option.
Best plays that we've seen in recent memory as far as Jamar Chase. Watch how many people he avoids on this.
And listen, like
2, 3, 4.
I don't know.
And then he just runs away from him. He's running away
You take your
top quality
tackle
NFL
tomorrow
defenders. And so when
and
you
let
have
Bill
that kind
do
of
his
ability,
thing.
Hey, I can see why the Giants would go up and get him. And then elite body control and great hands. You want to talk about vice grips? Absolutely. He will snatch it down. Jamar had some issues early on in his
rookie year. Why are we watching Jamar
Cincinnati.
Chase film?
He cleaned those up. He made those kind of circus highlight catches all the time. This kid is complete. Now the question is this. Can you get the ball
I'm a little higher on Odunze
than
you are, Luke.
Because it really, this is just a part of the problem that's going on with New York. They
I'm
have
so
other
mad
things
at
to
the
fix, and
Chargers and the Giants right now, bro. Do you think we take? I mean, would we take a tackle except just the next best tackle, Fashanu or Latham?
For you to represent that brotherhood and add right away to that Giants offense.
It's very important. You know, being a receiver that goes to LSU, you know, you gotta come in and be a dog. So I'm expecting to be that. You know, I can only just thank God for this opportunity that I'm in.
Let me see the inside of your suit. I saw you showing that off a second ago.
Don't nobody spoil it. If you see it before I do, don't spoil it.
All the legends that, you know, has been a part of my life. Mom, family, brothers, coaches, you know, all the legacy that made Malik who Malik is. So at LSU, so to have that in my jacket, you know, it means a lot.
All right, congratulations, Malik. You guys are looking at Daniel Jones's new favorite target. He's going to the New York Giants.
He's the second LSU player drafted in round 1 by
the
Giants.
We didn't trade.
The other, you've heard of him, Odell Beckham Jr. 10 years ago. The Titans are on the clock. Would this be the spot for our first trade of the night? We're going to find out in just a moment. We'll hear from
Do not go to
Right
commercial.
after this. It's the
Oh
Giants on
my
ESPN.
gosh, you are not going to commercial right now. Bruh. You could not have picked a worse time for a commercial. How are you guys going to feel if it's Latham? How are you guys going to feel if it's Latham? Or Fashanu? Thanks, Q. I appreciate the super chat. Well, I knew they weren't going to trade because at this point, I think the Vikings could stay where they are and get McCarthy. Is Denver maybe? Is Denver ahead of Minnesota? I don't know. I don't care about them right now. I mean, Dude, I can't believe. I mean, that was the way that honestly, originally, I had it going this way. I just thought the Chargers would go Neighbors, and then the Giants would go Odunze. Dang. I can't... Can we just please come back from this stupid commercial? I do not care about Ford. I don't care about whatever this is. This is a lawnmower.
The power of gas. Customize the cut with Ego's revolutionary dual blade cutting system with 3 interchangeable blades. Featuring Ego's patented lithium battery technology, it cuts for over an hour on a single charge. And touch drive technology makes it effortless. The Ego Power Plus Select Cut.
Bro, I ain't believing I'm sitting here watching a lawnmower commercial when this is the moment I've been waiting on for 3 months. And now we got
Bud Light, Genie? Yeah.
Bud Light.
What's next? Bud Lights? I'm a genie.
Gemini.
I'm a genie.
Oh, Post Malone.
Hey.
Wendy's fries are always.
This might get real easy to drink here in a second.
Kobe says every day is
Bro, I tell you what, I will never eat Wendy's again for the rest of my life. Because I'm going to associate Wendy's with this moment forever.
Wendy's hot and crispy fries.
I don't care about Wendy's.
This is Miami.
Bro, I'm about to punch this computer screen in the face. I want Odunze. I want to go on record as saying I want Odunze. But they may take Latham, the tackle from Alabama.
Welcome back to the 2024 NFL
Don't nobody
Draft.
spoil it if I ain't seen it yet.
Courtyard by Marriott.
Top of the hour in Detroit, 6 picks behind us. The Tennessee Titans are next up, and Mel's best available are brought to you by
Dude, are we going to take Brock Bowers?
Rome Odunze, an outstanding football player, great work ethic. Brock Bowers can do anything. Put him in the backfield, you can put him at H-back, you can put him at tight end, you can put him at wide receiver.
I mean, Latham's the best tackle left.
Catchability. Then the first defensive player, Dallas Turner, edge rusher, who tested off the charts at the combine.
Don't nobody spoil it.
Fautanu, left tackle,
If you see it before I do, do not spoil it. I'm not even looking at the chat. I'm not even looking at the chat.
I see the commissioner making his way. The 7th pick in the draft, the Tennessee Titans.
Oh my God, I'm going to throw up.
With the 7th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select JC Latham, tackle, Alabama.
Weighed in at 342 at the combine. By the way, he was a sprinter in high school when he was already 6'6" and weighed 300 pounds. Grew up in Wisconsin, 5-star recruit, has been on everyone's radar since the 8th grade.
I mean,
started
listen.
27 games at right tackle for Alabama, also played a little guard.
Yeah, think about this team, Peter Skoronski, right? Last year guard. Now
Is
you
the
got
next
both
best tackle.
left
I mean,
tackle and right tackle are need areas for the Tennessee Titans to help Will Levis, who got
he's
talented.
wearing a vest with no shirt.
He's a kick step maven. He's the kind of guy, you talk about a mountain of a man, 6'5" and a half, 342. Doesn't tell the story. He's got the longest arms of anybody.
He did
in
play
Colorado.
right
He's
tackle.
got massive hands, huge
That was a good
hands,
block.
guys. And he
But these
will
are highlights.
destroy you at the point of attack as a run blocker. Now his timing of this offensive line was off this year. Talk about setting the protections, things like that, Lou. We saw people blame JC Latham when it wasn't his fault. This kid has to cut down on the penalties like Tyler Smith has done with Dallas. That comes with coaching. So
I mean,
coach is going to be key. But JC Latham blamed for things that were not true.
I mean, he was the next best tackle. I mean, I don't.
Hey, and I know what game you're talking about. You're talking about the Michigan game. He was pitching a shutout until that last play. And let me
My
tell you
thing
this,
is,
I
can
wish I
he
could tell you
play
my notes
left
on my
tackle?
iPad that I wrote down for this
He
guy.
was playing right
It's suitable
tackle.
for network TV. This guy was an absolute monster. When he put his hands on you, it was over. He took Texas A&M's defensive line, and he just went one by one and was just ragdolling people. Tennessee,
As you can imagine.
pass sets,
Oh.
flexibility, redirect, run game, combo blocks. pull around the edge at 6'5" and 340 pounds. Unbelievable.
I am reading on Twitter, Diana Rossini says Titans offensive line coach Bill Callahan loves JC Latham.
Greeny, here it might be the stunning pick of round one. The Atlanta Falcons, despite signing Kirk Cousins, are considering a quarterback at number 8. Right now, JJ McCarthy is on the board. Michael Penix is on the board. Bo Nix is on the board. And the Falcons are strongly considering taking a quarterback at number 8. We'll see if they go ahead and make the first stunning pick of tonight.
We'll
that
find
would be
in just a moment. First,
stunning.
let's go back down to the stage subway in Mali.
Thank you, JC. There's a rich history of Alabama offensive linemen in the league. How surreal is it to add to that legacy?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. You know, Alabama's a standard. You know, you can't replicate the dynasty and what we do over there. And, you know, being here now, I get a chance to represent it. So,
how will you set the tone for this new look Titans offense?
yeah, I mean, day one going in, you know, I just want to just live up to the standard of what Alabama is, just by working the hardest, being the first one in, last one to leave, and doing everything I can to help the team's success.
All right, JC, congratulations.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
So JC Latham goes off the board. Atlanta was a spot we thought we would get our first defensive player of this draft. Adam Schefter telling us we should expect a quarterback to go here. Mel, which quarterback should we be expecting?
Why would Atlanta do this?
Atlanta over a defensive player. Now you have Kirk Cousins, right? You have a guy like Dallas Turner sitting there, pass rusher, which they need off the edge. I'm taking, at this stage of the game, JJ McCarthy. JJ McCarthy, to me, is too high, so I'm going to move down. If I'm Atlanta, I'm not taking a quarterback at 8. It's too rich for me. I'm not taking the 15th best player in JJ McCarthy there. I'm not taking Michael Penix Jr. or Bo Nix there. I'm moving down if I'm Atlanta, and then I will look at the quarterback.
Man.
The palatable point of round
Latham,
one. This to me is overdrafting the quarterback.
Latham
If you
would
take
have
any of these guys,
been
we'll pick number 8.
And here's the thing about
probably
Atlanta.
the
They need
5th best
depth.
option,
Just signed
in my
Kirk
opinion.
Cousins. You gave him up to
I
almost
would
$100
have
million
said
guaranteed.
Alt.
They can't get to the quarterback.
Well,
They haven't had a
maybe
double-digit sack guy
I would have
since
said
Vic
Alt,
Beasley. Raheem
Neighbors,
Morris, a defensive head coach
Odunze.
taking over. They
Yeah, so
need pass
fourth.
rush.
I would have had him
If
as
they
the
don't address the
fourth
pass rush
best
now,
scenario.
when are they going to do it?
Because,
Especially with the top edge
I mean,
guy.
he's
Whoever it is in their
been-
mind still on the board right now.
Yeah, this would be an interesting
What
one.
is
especially
Atlanta about
considering
to do
the
right
state
here?
of affairs in the South.
That's my
They're
question.
right there right now.
Yes.
They're right there. Now,
JC Latham,
maybe they feel as though, hey, look, Kirk
is a
may be
right tackle.
trending nicely as far as his rehab.
So they're
and
gonna
his
move
recovery
him to
from that
left?
torn Achilles.
But surely,
Man,
I mean,
go
that's
ahead and go
the blind
quarterback
side.
right now. Understand that first pick essentially doesn't help you go ahead and really try and put a stranglehold, so to speak, on the South and really see if you can dethrone the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and be that team that makes that big leap. Because there's so many things that are set up so good for them. I thought they had a fantastic offseason.
I know we're all thinking
Starting
about
with
the
hiring of
Titans right
Raheem
now,
Morris
but are
and
the
the way he has
Falcons
constructed
really
that staff.
about to
This would
take
be-
a
this would
freaking
absolutely
quarterback?
would qualify as a shocker.
Do you guys
if they take a
wonder?
quarterback here.
Do you think there's anything to the idea that they might move Skoronski to left tackle?
They have to get to the quarterback, and right now they just
Maybe.
can't do it.
I can illustrate it for you. Their defense has only 81 sacks in the last 3 years. That is the fewest in the NFL. Their last player with double-digit sacks was Vic Beasley, as you mentioned, in 2016.
All right, what's going to happen? What are the Falcons going to
defense is
do?
where they desperately need the
I
help.
can't.
Again,
I know
Schefter telling us to
the
expect
Titans,
quarterback
like
to
we're
go
all
here.
thinking
JJ
about this,
McCarthy is on the
but
board.
I'm
Michael
like
Penix Jr. is on the
stunned
board.
at what we
Bo
might be
Nix
about
is
to
on the
see
board.
Especially
right
for a
here.
quarterback, Greeny, after you pay Kirk Cousins $100 million guaranteed.
Let's see if the stunner is about to take place. Here comes Roger Goodell to announce the pick.
What are they doing?
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr., quarterback from Washington.
What?
Holy
wow.
smoke. And so the first stunner.
I love it.
Wow.
Stunner is right. I'm just saying from a stunner perspective, I love it. Because look, we love the drama of the draft. We love the unpredictability of the draft. You know, something was we couldn't just go chalk, as we were saying.
am
one after
absolutely
another. Now, do I agree
flabbergasted.
that this is the best use of their draft position at this point? No, I don't. But the fact is, look, Michael Penix has been someone who hasn't been talked about in the big three, the big four. He's always been number 5 and on down, quite honestly. But when you look at his tape, man, and you think about the offense that Zach Robinson's going to run, that TJ Yates going to put in, that Raheem Morris is going to want, that Sean McVay-style offense, run, play action, move the pocket a little bit, deep shots down the field. Michael Penix can do all that. He can do it. Now, the question is, when is he going to do it?
Yes.
Especially if Kirk Cousins is playing. Is something wrong with Kirk Cousins? Do they have some questions about his availability? I don't know. We're just sitting here talking, but this is a shocker.
Kirk Cousins coming
Dude,
off
this is like,
everyone who has not
oh
been
my
this draft process
God.
is aware of the injury history with Michael Penix Jr. because otherwise there would be no question he was worthy of this spot. He had a brilliant college career, began at Indiana, was terrific when healthy, but suffered 2 torn ACLs plus a variety of shoulder injuries. When he went to Washington in 2 years, he was 25-3. He threw for over 9,500
Not
yards
only
and
took a
67
quarterback,
touchdowns, he was runner-up for the
but
Heisman
took
last year.
one
So the talent
Michael
is
Penix.
It is the injury history that was the concern.
It was exactly that.
Well, they
24th
just-
player on my
they
board.
just paid
You don't
Kirk
take
Cousins
24th
like
player.
a
That's just my opinion.
bazillion
But in terms of
dollars.
The Atlanta Falcons, what they saw the last 2 years.
Okay,
was a guy who
back
can
to
light
JC
it up
Latham.
when he gets time. Okay.
I feel
When
like
he
I'm
has
not as
time,
upset
he
as some
can
of you
put on a
are.
show.
I will go ahead and say
At
that.
all
I'm
levels.
not as
He's got a
upset as
huge
some
hand.
of
The
you.
ball explodes
There is a
out of
little
that
bit
hand.
of it
They
that
were
feels like a gut
7-2
punch to
Indiana
me
was in 2019 with him at
because,
quarterback. They lost 3 of their last 4
like,
games once he got hurt. People say, well, at Indiana, he
we
had
watched
problems. He
the
wasn't very
3
good.
picks
He had some
that,
bad games.
or the
Remember
2
Iowa
picks that
game
we
when he had
really
3
wanted
picks early on.
go
He had
right in
some
front
good
of us.
games,
And
he was an
unfortunately,
integral
like,
part of an offense that put on
I understand there's some
points
things you
and won
can't
some football
control. You
games at
can't
Indiana.
control
Then he
what
goes
another
to
team's going to
Washington. He
do.
has all
You
his
have to
talent
adapt
around
what
him.
you're going to
He
do
does a
based on
great
what
job.
they do.
He doesn't do
And
well
obviously,
the offensive line's going to be key there, but they have
they feel
weapons.
like there's
Atlanta's
something
been
there with
drafting guys
Latham.
like Kyle Pitts and Drake London and Bijan Robinson.
He was the second,
Now
I mean,
they had
I
Michael
don't know, he's the
Penix
second
Jr.
best tackle in the draft.
Pick number 8.
The first best already gone, so you go with the second
Just to clean
best,
up
I
one
guess.
thing real quick, the Tennessee Titans drafted JC Latham. Their offensive line coach, oh, by the way, everybody, is Bill Callahan, one of the best in the business, right? So
I
he
thought he was
will
about to
help
say we
JC
traded
Latham
in or
cut down
something.
on penalties. For this pick, though, for the Atlanta Falcons, they got to believe. And the Raiders, it was discussed all week. The Raiders are taking him at 13. The Raiders evidently were trying to trade up. My intel said trade up to get Michael Penix Jr. They had to think about Denver picking 1 pick ahead. They're in the same division. Who would have thought Atlanta, though, would make this move? I didn't see it coming. I don't know who did.
Shefty, let me get to Shefty here quickly with the concerns about the injuries. What can you tell us?
Well,
Dude,
the teams are
what?
not concerned about his knees.
can't
not
believe
concerned about his
Atlanta.
shoulders. Raheem Morris loved Michael Penix, and the Falcons felt like they couldn't wait. There have been speculation swirling in recent weeks that he could be the pick, and now there have been 4 quarterbacks.
Dude, I don't even want to know.
8 picks,
First
with
of all,
JJ
here's the
McCarthy
thing.
and Bo
If
Nix
Tennessee
still out
traded
there.
up
Greeny,
to
it's the
if
first
they
time
traded
in
up
the
to
common draft era
4,
4
they better
quarterbacks
not
go
be
in the
taking
first
Joe
8
Alt.
picks.
They
The
better
Bears
taking Marvin
Will be
if they
next.
traded
What
up
are your
to
thoughts
4.
on Michael Penix to Atlanta?
And there's no telling what they would have
Penix is a
had
really
to
good
give
player.
up.
You talk to some of the quarterback coaches around the league that went to all the pro days. They said he had the best arm. The ball comes off of his hand electric. The key is, when will we see it? Kirk Cousins is going to play if he's healthy, so when will you see Michael Penix on the field?
That really is the question. Do they want to see him on the field immediately? You obviously have brought in Kirk Cousins not just for 1 season.
Yeah, look, I mean, it just makes you wonder, like, what do they feel about Kirk Cousins' stats going forward? That's all.
Well, we'll find out. So the Bears made the first pick of this night, and now
I
they
can't
will
believe
make
the
the 9th
Falcons just
selection.
did
Here's
what they
Roger
did.
Goodell.
Now the Bears are taking Odunze, I guarantee you.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze,
Hey,
wide receiver, Washington.
that's a good 2 picks for them, man. Because now you're going to have DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and now Odunze.
Give him the weapon, and now we have our answer. Consensus.
Now, I feel like the Bears would have gone with Latham if he had been there.
Excuse me, 20 touchdowns the past 2 seasons. And Melly is tough. He suffered a broken rib and punctured lung last September. Didn't miss a game and led the country in receiving yards with 1,604.
Love this kid. I said he was
Jets are on the
special
clock.
on tonight. He will. Rome will
What are
burn
the
you.
Jets
Rome
do?
is 6'3"
Oh,
almost. 212
trade,
pounds with length.
trade.
Ran 4.45, 39 vertical. 24 contested.
Who they trade the
catches
pick
in
to?
2023, most in FBS. You talk about consistency.
All right, here's Minnesota.
More catches in every
So
game.
it paid off for
Utah, he
Minnesota.
had 2 touchdown
They're going to
receptions. This
only
kid
have to
is
move
like
up a spot,
Marvin
and they're going to get
Harrison
McCarthy, I
Jr.
reckon.
In terms of work ethic, he's humble. He wants to keep getting better
All
and
right.
better. Michael Penix Jr. had him to throw to.
Let's calm down. Let's regroup. Because Minnesota's about to take JJ McCarthy. I am not near the end of the ledge as much as some of you are. And I'm reading Twitter here, and there are a lot of Titans fans that are upset. You know how this stuff goes. I mean, some people are fine with it. Some people are about to jump off a cliff. But I don't hate the Latham pick. I don't. It's not. It does feel a little bit deflating though, because it feels a little deflating because we just had our hopes on Joe Alt or Malik Neighbors. Like, that was where we had our hopes. I'm sure Schefter talking about how Minnesota's about to draft JJ McCarthy. Like, and as far as people that wanted Odunze instead of Latham, I mean, there would have been just as many people upset if we did that, because then they would be like, we have no protection. So I don't hate the pick. It's not like, wasn't my best case scenario. It was my fourth best scenario. He would have been the fourth one I wanted. I would have, and I do disagree that we're going to be the losers of the first round of the draft. I don't believe that at all. I mean, I think everybody knew the Titans needed a tackle. And the Titans needed a tackle. And I mean, it's you got to think about it just in terms of JC Latham came into this draft as the second best tackle in the draft. Titans needed a tackle, and so they took the best tackle available. And so I don't hate. I'm not upset. I'm not, gonna throw a party, but I'm not upset. I'm kind of just, it's kind of identical to how I felt about Skoronski last year. And I do see what Luke is saying in the chat. It does get annoying that we take so many offensive linemen. Like, if I was a fan of another team and I just watched this draft every year, I would be like, dude, how would the Titans not have the best offensive line in the league? Because, I mean, my goodness, Isaiah Wilson, Dylan Radins, Skoronski, and now Latham. It's like, how many early round draft picks do we use on offensive linemen? You know what I'm saying? And so I get that it does get frustrating. You would love to be able to use that pick on skill player or something like that. But, unfortunately, we all know what the Isaiah Wilson thing didn't work out. It's one of the worst draft picks in the history of the NFL. Definitely the worst draft pick in Titans history. Radins, who knows? I mean, it hadn't worked out yet. I still hope that with Bill Callahan and a new offense, that there can be something there with him. Skoronski showed promise. And here's the calling card that I'm going to hang my hat on. And that is Bill Callahan. I am going to hang my hat on the fact that Bill Callahan is coaching this offensive line. I'm going to hang my hat on that and trust that he can turn JC Latham into whatever we need him to be, and that he can turn Dylan Radins into whatever we need him to be. And my question is, will Latham be... Well, I think they're going to go wide receiver tomorrow. I think their second round pick will be wide receivers. And we can talk about what wide receivers will be around at the time they pick tomorrow in the second round. But I think, the guy from South Carolina, a lot of people talk about him as a possibility. There's a lot of, this is a deep draft at wide receiver. I mean, they can get a quality wide receiver tomorrow. But I say this, I'm I'm
aerial coverage is
happier with Latham than I would have been with Brock Bowers. Happier with Latham. I mean, Latham and Fashanu, I was, I mean, 6 one way, half dozen the other.
Of this night is that JJ McCarthy is still available as we reach pick number 10 according to our draft day predictor.
Also, keep in mind, I read on Twitter that Bill Callahan loves JC Latham.
Meanwhile, the Minnesota Vikings have never taken a quarterback in the top 10. The highest quarterback they've ever taken was
I'm just saying I don't hate it as bad as you guys do. I'm reading this chat. Some of y'all are just...
For a quarterback, Mel, which one should they take?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you don't take a quarterback this high, but they're going to take probably JJ McCarthy. Why? Because this kid went 27 like a starter. Talk about intangibles, talk about competitiveness. Josh Allen, like, he was stressed.
You watch that offensive line these last 2 years, like, you got to do something.
For a national title. When he had to make plays, he did. Stayed away from interceptions.
All of the tackles that they could have got in free agency. I mean,
I talk about the division.
They all got paid.
You cannot be fourth unless you get some luck or you get some bad luck and bad fortune like Pittsburgh got in. Why? Because Joe Burrow got hurt and Deshaun Watson got hurt. Why'd they go out and change their quarterbacks? Because they knew they can't be fourth.
I can't believe that the Falcons took Michael Penix Jr.
You know, Caleb Williams is coming to the division, and you got Jared Goff in the division. You better keep up with the teams in that division and get yourself somebody that Sam Darnold can be the bridge to. Now, hey, if Sam Darnold emerges, it's a win-win, right? Then he has great. He's only 26. JJ's only 21. Yeah. JJ needed that bridge quarterback, and he's got it with Sam Darnold.
And we came into this draft wondering, when was Minnesota going to make their move? They had 11, they got 23 from Houston. When were they going to make their move? They didn't sign Kirk Cousins.
Why
so
did they?
Knew, based on that and those two things, they were going to get.
Hey guys, just so you know, it could always be worse. Wesley Barnes in the chat is a diehard Falcons fan. So imagine how he feels right now. I can't believe. I keep waiting on Roger Goodell to come out and say, "Just kidding," about that Falcons pick. Like, that's something that I would joke about. Not just taking a quarterback, but taking Michael Penix Jr. Where was he even projected to go? Or win, rather.
I think it's fantastic.
Here comes the commissioner ready to announce after the trade. The Vikings coming up to number 10.
They paid Kirk Cousins like all that money to draft Michael Penix Jr.?
To help make the Minnesota Vikings selection, we are honored to have with us the surviving mother, brothers, and nephew of fallen hero, United States Army Sergeant Zachary Ewing. Zachary died after a battle with cancer, a cancer that was discovered after he was injured during his second deployment to Iraq. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Sergeant Ewing's nephew, Asher, who will announce the pick in honor of his uncle.
Is Roger drunk, man? He is just stumbling over his words.
With the 10th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select
JJ McCarthy,
quarterback
there you go.
of Michigan.
They got their guy, man. And they only had to move up a spot to get him. I mean, people thought they were going to have to trade into the top 5 to get this guy.
Mixed emotions in this room. They love him here, having led Michigan to a national championship.
Yeah, this is interesting. Michigan guy going to a division rival.
Detroit Lions. All right, so Jim Harbaugh said he's the greatest quarterback in Michigan history. He is now the first to go in round 1 since Harbaugh himself did in 1987. McCarthy made the college football playoff both his seasons as a starter.
Wow. Well, Denver's the odd team out, I guess.
For 10 more. And Lewis, pick up the thought you had a moment ago. He goes to a place.
Wow, the Jets already had their pick ready.
For success.
Absolutely. Look, it starts with the head coach. Josh McCown talked to him at the Combine. He's now the quarterback coach there in Minnesota. And he said, look, the thing that impresses him the most about Kevin O'Connell and his system is that they provide answers for the quarterback. There's nothing that a quarterback will come off the field and have a question about that he can't answer and provide a solution to. And when you have a guy who has that kind of ability to make those kinds of plays, you're not going to have to provide too many solutions for him once you kind of get him groomed, because JJ McCarthy is a fantastic prospect. No Michigan didn't rely on him and put games on his back week after week after week. But when they called on him under pressure, get outside the pocket, convert on third down, convert on fourth down, convert with your legs, make tough throws over the middle in the tight windows, push the ball down the field. He can do it all. He just doesn't have the volume of throws that some of these other guys have. And he won't have to play right away in Minnesota. But if he earns it,
who else do they have? He probably is going to have to play right away in Minnesota. Who else do they even have?
The talent is there, but of all the guys at the quarterback position that have been picked so far, this is the biggest gamble because the sample size just isn't there like it is with the other guys. We've seen a plethora of throws, a plethora of reps from the other guys, but we haven't seen it with JJ McCarthy. So when we talk about the national
okay, so my question becomes,
and what can you do
who's going to be the team
this is the biggest risk
to
well, let me say this. This is the pressure to
take
get
a
the
swing at
position.
Brock
It's
Bowers?
the most important position in sports. That's why they're overdrafted. For JJ McCarthy, we say, well, he didn't have to carry the team, right? It was Blake Corum, that offensive line, the defense. But he was stressed on third down and on fourth down that Alabama game. It was traditional old school bug. That's the way they played at Michigan. He didn't live on bubble screens. He didn't live on layups. He lived on passes between the hashes. Almost 30% of his completions between the hashes. It wasn't gimmies.
This ain't nearly as bad as AJ. I mean,
70% completion percentage. That's not what JJ was. Fourth quarter, he only threw 34 passes. That's it. So he didn't need to be the guy. And late in the year, you think about games you're waiting for that statement game. Other guys were making plays. JJ was doing what he needed to do. Win football games. I said he doesn't throw picks, but the picks he did throw were memorable. 2 in the semifinal game against TCU, 2 pick sixes there, to a pick before the half against Maryland. He got back into that game, right? But overall, 27-1 as a starter.
Yeah, I feel like,
to me, JJ
dude,
McCarthy overdrafted.
Bowers seems like a Aaron Rodgers type.
Because now Bo Nix, there's a gap between Bo Nix, even though I haven't down.
Bo Nix.
Bo Nix to Spencer Rattler is a gap. So if you want to get a potential starting quarterback that has similarities in some ways.
You talking about the Jets taking Bo Nix?
Bo Nix is helped by these 5 quarterbacks going in the top 10. So
or is he just talking about in general?
Well, bear in mind, the record for most quarterbacks to be drafted in round 1 is 6. We've had 5 taken so far. We're only 10 picks in here tonight. The Jets moving back.
I can't believe the Falcons just did what they did. Every time I think about it, it doesn't even feel real. Are they insane?
They got 2 tackles that haven't played every game in their career. They need to protect.
That's what I'm believing, KB. Bill Callahan's favorite player in the draft, I'm reading, JC Latham.
Protection for an almost 40-year-old quarterback. You got to protect him, Greedy.
And on top of it, they're both 33 years old.
Exactly, yeah.
Those are Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses. Let's see if that's the direction they go. Here's Roger.
What are they doing? Ba-da-bum-bum-bum.
With the 11th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn State.
Wow.
Those Jet fans should be.
Well, that was a guy that a lot of people thought might go to the Titans.
A consensus All-American in the Big Ten's offensive lineman.
Hey, that's a big old boy.
Of the year in 2023.
Well, now clearly the Jets need somebody to protect Aaron Rodgers. Okay. Dude played 3 plays and got hurt last year. So.
Directly before your eyes. He started 21 games for the Nittany Lions, allowed just 1 sack. He was the teammate.
So who's next? The Broncos? What do they do? They do quarter. The Broncos go Bo? The Broncos go Bo Nix?
Watched him play high school football at Gonzaga with Caleb, and Olu Fashanu is a talented
Oh my
athlete.
gosh!
All
right.
Stanley type player at 6'6", 312 with long arms, small
Hey.
but strong hands. He needs to get coached. Talked about JC Latham going to Tennessee, right, with Bill Callahan, great offensive line coach. You think about Olu Fashanu with the New York Jets. Needs to be coached. He's got some things he's got to work on. Doesn't always sustain as well as you would like. Needs to play with more consistent leverage. Right?
I would say
nice blocks in space, but needs
Alt
to make better
or
initial
Neighbors
contact.
was my
Pad
top
levels
tier
also
pick.
always not what it needs to
Next
be.
tier
There's
down
some
would have been
subtle
Latham
things,
or this guy,
coaching-wise, that Can
Fashanu.
improve on. He's only 21 years of age. He can learn from Tyrod
Broncos
Smith.
pick is in.
Morgan
Dallas
Moses is
Turner
there,
from
both
Alabama's still
33
there
years of
too.
age, both
Interesting to see where he
injury-prone.
goes.
There are
Have we
tougher
seen
side
any?
issues
There's
as
been no
well at
defensive
guard.
player
This
taken
is a
yet, have
security
there?
blanket as a 6th man, a developmental left tackle behind Tyrod Tyron Smith in case somebody gets hurt to protect your 40-year-old quarterback coming off with Achilles. I would have gone for Brock Bowers. That's my guy. I love Brock Bowers, but I can see why they would need that left tackle.
I really thought the Jets might go Brock Bowers. I can't believe.
Left tackle, right tackle, 33.
I mean,
like I said, coming off injury.
Can you imagine Aaron Rodgers throwing to Brock Bowers? That would have been dangerous.
See and they dream what his ceiling can be. When you talk about this league, Mel, this is a passing league, and his ability to mirror and stay in front of defensive ends and pass block.
It's not really a glowing endorsement of this guy that Mel Kiper called him a developmental tackle. I mean, I would have been discouraged if the Titans picked this guy and then Mel called him a developmental tackle.
All right, so the next two teams who are on the clock are the Denver Broncos and the Las Vegas Raiders. They are both teams we have associated with the quarterbacks in this draft. Bo Nix is still available. Will he go to one of them? We'll find out next. You're watching the draft on ESPN.
Dude, if the Broncos take Bo Nix, are they going to do it? I mean, they're probably, you got to think if the Broncos don't take him, that's probably going to be the last, McCarthy will probably be the last quarterback in the first round, because who else needs a quarterback? Well, who knows? After watching the Falcons take Michael Penix, I mean, I can't even deal with the predicted quarterbacks. I mean, JC Latham's a big old boy, all right? I just, the reason, maybe the main reason that I'm more encouraged than you guys is just because of Bill Callahan. I think Bill Callahan, and the fact that Bill Callahan apparently really, liked Latham a lot. I mean, there's got to be, and maybe even preferred Latham even to Joe Alt. I'm going to put my trust there. Bill Callahan, you know. But I do get why it's a little deflating for a lot of fans. Because for 3 months, we have heard Joe Alt, Malik Neighbors, like those are the two names most synonymous with who the Titans pick. And then they both went right before. So, I mean, if anything, the folks who wanted the Titans to lose to the Jaguars in that last game of the season, you know, they have a legitimate gripe tonight because if the Titans had lost that game, they would have been picking at number 6. And I know that doesn't seem like a big deal to move up one spot, but it sure does now because in the same situation, the Titans would have gotten Malik Neighbors tonight, I would think. But can you imagine if Malik Neighbors would have still been available and they still took JC Latham? Then I'd be mad. But, I mean, it sucks because, again, you can't control what other teams are going to do. And with the situation the Titans were in, I mean, they could have taken Odunze, and that's who I was wanting. But, you know, guess, like KB said, Bill's the best in the business. Good alliteration right there. BBB. Bill's the best in the. Look at here, guys. Marry you somebody like this that'll bring you a cup of sweet tea in the middle of the draft. That's my wife, everybody. Titans drafted JC Latham back.
Awesome.
I knew my worst case scenario was Alton Neighbors both being gone. I'm picked. Which still, I mean...
We have already seen 5 quarterbacks go in the top 10 picks. The Denver Broncos are now on the clock with the opportunity to make it 6 quarterbacks, which would tie the all-time NFL record that was set back in the historic draft of 1983, Greeny.
And it would obliterate how quickly it happened. Dan Marino was the 6th quarterback taken that year. He went 27.
Caroline.
We are staring at the 12th pick of this draft. So, Mel, it is historic.
Yeah, she don't have a clue.
These quarterbacks have gone.
All right,
off the board,
Denver.
and maybe the next one is here.
Yeah, we're talking. I think the Raiders got to be sitting there shocked. At pick number 13, all the quarterbacks could be off the board, and they're in a division with Mahomes.
I mean,
and Herbert.
if the Broncos
Now
don't take him,
talking
the
about
Raiders
Denver
might
opportunity.
next, because, I mean,
said
they're
back when I did
struggling
those
too
mock
for
3.0 that this kid Bo Nix reminded Joe a little bit
How do you
of
get
Drew
to be the
Brees. I
fan
compared
that
everything.
plays
Hand
live
size,
at
both
the
have big
draft?
hands. Bo Nix 6'2",
That
Drew
hat.
Brees 6'1.5".
That's a trend I'm never going to get on board with. The huge hats. They look so stupid.
Sean Payton, Bill
That's
Parcells,
never going to be a fashion
so we'll
trend.
see what happens.
Here comes the commissioner.
All right, Broncos, what's it going to be? I can't believe the Falcons took Michael Penix Jr.
With the 12th
Mind
pick
is blown.
in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix.
Oh my
Oregon.
gosh. Bo.
So here we are, 12 picks into
Bo
this draft.
knows.
6 quarterbacks.
I
off the
can't
board. Not a
believe
single
this.
Defensive player has been
I
selected.
thought Michael
Let's talk
Penix
about
and Bo
Bo
Nix
He
would
has played a
both
lot of
go
football. 3-year
late
starter at
first,
Auburn
early
before
second.
transferring. Was a Heisman finalist last year at Oregon with
Wow.
35 touchdowns and 3
Bo
interceptions.
Bo
In all, he made
Broncos.
61
The Bronc
starts at
Bows.
quarterback. That's an
What do they
NCAA
call them?
record.
Bo's
The previous
Broncs?
mark was 53.
The
So,
Bo
Mel, he's been in the
Broncos.
spotlight
There's so many
forever,
different names
and
you
here
can
he
come up
comes.
with.
We had Drake May,
That's an
21 years of age.
interesting
JJ McCarthy, 21
Bo
years of age.
Nix.
Michael Penix Jr. soon to be 24 next week. And
I mean,
Bo Nix
there's
is
who's the next
24.
best
Bo Nix
quarterback?
was at
Spencer
Auburn, right?
Rattler.
Patrick Nix's
The
father
Raiders
was the
ain't. I mean,
quarterback.
that
And
guy's
Max
good.
Brett would be
Yeah.
the guy in the SEC at Auburn. Didn't happen. Didn't come together. Watch us play
Dude,
here. The pirouette move.
I live in the
It's a
state of
4th down
Alabama,
touchdown pass.
and I
He
watched
showed
Bo
flashes
Nix
of
at Auburn.
brilliance. He goes to Oregon.
I don't know
the
what
right
happened to
system,
him when he went to
short passes
Oregon,
to
but
get
he
him
was
in
so
rhythm,
much better
and
at Oregon
He was
than he was at Auburn.
dynamic. And you think about a kid who has
Bo
61
Nix.
starts, the
I can't
completion
believe
percentage
that.
like Drew Brees, where you want to be, the accuracy. The arm strength is going to hopefully get better. It did with Drew Brees. Bo Nix doesn't have really good arm strength right now. It's decent to good. It's not great. Drew Brees, that was why it was the first pick in the second round. People question his arm strength. It did get better. I think Sean Payton saw a little bit of Brees.
I'm
said it a
sitting
month
here
ago,
thinking,
Greeny, in Bo Nix.
Is
Jeffrey,
Michael
what did Sean
Penix
Payton
to the
say?
Falcons at number 8? Is that the most
Greeny, back
baffling
in
draft pick I've ever seen in my
2017,
life?
Sean Payton was sitting in the 11th
Like-
spot, and the Kansas City Chiefs jumped right in front of him and grabbed Patrick Mahomes. He didn't get the chance to draft Patrick Mahomes.
Like,
Sean Payton
have you
feels the
ever
same
seen a
kind
more
of way
unbelievable
about Bo
pick
Nix
than Michael
that he once
Penix to
felt
the Falcons?
about Patrick Mahomes. They
I'm trying to
flew
think.
out to Oregon to have a private workout for Bo Nix, gave him the Broncos offensive playbook the
Bo-
night before, and by 8 a.m. the next morning, he could
Bo's
recite
Broncos.
Denver's offense.
I mean, he's
They
probably
took
gonna-
him
I
out
guess
to
he's
the
gonna
field.
start.
He threw the ball with accuracy,
Dude,
with
Sean
precision,
Payton
and
with
Denver
Bo Nix,
focused
I
in
can't
on
even
Bo
do it.
Nix all along. The Broncos
Ba,
center,
ba, 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 ba.
Alex Forsythe, 7th round pick last year, played at Bo Nix, raved to the Broncos coaches
excited about
and
it,
front
baby.
office about Bo Nix. This was the quarterback.
Everybody be sure to click that
Denver was
like button.
determined to get in the first round, and Sean
Give me
Payton
that algorithm.
did not lose out on his quarterback tonight the way he did in 2017.
I feel like,
There had been speculation that maybe
honestly,
they'd be able to get him in round 2, or that
what I'm
someone
gonna be
would.
doing
Instead,
tonight-
he is the 12th pick of this draft. You hear the
Well,
comparisons being made.
Chandler,
Again,
Caleb
we've had the
Farley,
6 quarterbacks that have gone in the
at the
first
time,
12
was not
picks.
like baffling.
Easily the fastest we've
As
seen.
a lot
that
of- as a
happen.
matter of fact,
Again,
a lot of people
1983
liked that
class,
pick at
the
the
final
time.
quarterback was pick number 27.
It was called the
Bo
steal
Nix
of the
goes
first round,
at
if I
number
remember.
12, Booger.
Michael
And here's
Penix
the
to
thing
the
I'll say,
Falcons
Greeny.
at number
For
8.
Sean
I
Payton to
couldn't
reminisce
have,
back
I
to
couldn't
Patrick
have even
Mahomes and then see Bo
imagined
Nix. I'm not
Look
sure
at-
what he's seeing. That's number one. Bo Nix, are you getting anything that's going to improve down the road? He's 24 years old.
None of this would have
61
really
starts.
surprised
He's been
me,
a dick and dunk
except-
quarterback at Oregon. Is he going to be Drew Brees? I don't know. But if you're thinking that he's going to come in after you pay $86 million to get rid of Russell Wilson, I think that's unfair pressure to put on this pick in Bo Nix.
But I think what he's going to want is what you saw out of Drew Brees, right? Some people thought Drew Brees was a dink and dunk quarterback, but he was a guy who handled pressure tremendously, could throw the football in the middle field tremendously because they protected him inside. Bo Nix can do that. He get the ball out on time and deliver it accurately.
There's no quarterback left for the Raiders. Let's see where they go.
With the 13th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers, Tight end.
Whoa.
Georgia.
Whoa.
What a career for this young man who's from Napa Valley, 3-time All-American.
Wow.
He's the third Georgia player to
Who's
do
going to be
that.
throwing it to him?
Walker and our old friend David
I don't
Pollack.
even.
Bowers also won the Mackey Award as the nation's best tight end.
I don't even know.
He's the only player ever to do so.
I mean,
he's now the highest drafted tight end since
good
Kyle
pick.
Pitts went fourth.
But who's going to throw him the ball?
Highest rated player on the board. You get him at pick number 13. That's what you call value. Now, they didn't get the quarterback, but they're overdrafting. Bo Nix was at 31 on my board. That's that feeding frenzy for quarterbacks. All six of these guys aren't going to be great. Three or four are going to be good. Maybe a couple will be disappointments. They won't all be great. Brock Bowers has a chance to be special. He is a kid you can put in the backfield. You can put him at tight end. You can put him at H-back. You can line him up outside. He's just a weapon. He can catch the ball and do things after the catch with that speed he possesses. He averaged 83 receiving yards in 7 career conference championship games and bowl games. Great run after the catch ability, tracks the ball extremely well. You can move him around everywhere, whether it's Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell. That's the quarterback's best friend right there.
And that's exactly it. What do they need? If you can't get the quarterback, then with the quarterbacks that you do have with Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell, get them weapons and get them multiple
All right, we're back.
weapons.
Hope they don't get me again. We'll see. Brock Bowers to the Raiders. I mean, I don't know. I mean, who's going to throw it to him is my thing. I'm not going to be able to show the video anymore, by the way, because that's what they got me for. And they might get me for audio too, so I'm going to, I'm assuming you're all watching it wherever you are. I can't believe Brock Bowers to the Raiders. That's just not what I saw coming. But I mean, again, the Raiders need a quarterback, but I mean, the next best one is Spencer Rattler. So it's like, they're not going to go with him. Bo Nix to the Broncos. Can everybody see and hear me? Able to. But you're not going to be able to see the draft anymore. They kicked me. They that's why they got onto me. I know there's a lot of streams. They're on commercial right now. I know there's a lot of streams. They they're not able to show or even have audio from the draft for this reason right here. But I just figured I'd go as long as they'd let me. We got like halfway through. So I do live streams on my. All right, let's reset here. 6 quarterbacks taken in the first, however many picks. You got the first 3 we expected. I will be laying in bed tonight, staring at the ceiling, trying to figure out why the Atlanta Falcons chose to do what they did tonight. I just am still baffled. Once again, can everybody see me? Can everybody see me? Can everybody see me? You should. It says I'm back on and we're going, but I want to make sure. Of course, if you can't see me, you wouldn't even know that I'm asking that, so. So who we got on the clock here? The Saints. I've put so much stock into like the early of like the start of the first round and I haven't even thought about some of these later rounds of the draft. You know what I'm saying? Like a team like the Saints, but JC Latham. Talk to me, everybody. Is anybody happy? I'm gonna do the poll. I'm gonna do a poll here. It'll let me. So let me know in the chat. How you feeling? How you feeling? Are you happy? Are you sad? Or is it fine? It's fine. I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm not, you know, I'm not miserable about it. I'm a little deflated by the JC Latham pick just because I had my hopes so high for either Joe Alt or Malik Neighbors. I also I was ready for Rome Odunze. You can go back and watch. I was ready for Rome Odunze when they were on the clock. And they ended up, with JC Latham. I mean, you know, I'm fine. I'm fine. And I got a lot of friends who are Falcons fans, and they are just they are not happy in the slightest. Oh. Yeah, no defensive players selected so far tonight, guys. No defensive players. We've got all 6 quarterbacks, of course, 3 wide receivers, some tackles, but no defensive players. And I mean, because we had the stream issue, how do you guys feel about Brock Bowers to the Raiders? I mean, it's just kind of like, the Colts are about to be on the clock. Hope they make the worst pick of all time. I guarantee you they're going to go with that corner from Toledo. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't know who's going to be throwing the ball to Brock Bowers. I mean, they may get Tannehill. The Raiders may get Tannehill because he's still, I mean, he ain't signed nowhere. So they could do it. Yeah, Dallas Turner still on the board. Yeah, we're getting ready for says the Saints pick is in. If you're just joining in, I had the draft up where we could all see it and hear it, but YouTube did not like that. Gardner Minshew. Yeah, the Raiders got Gardner Minshew. I guess that's who they're going to go with. I guess they're going to go with Minshew. Hey, there's my dad in the chat, everybody. He says Latham will be great. Alt is a big white guy you'll never hear from again. I mean, here's Roger. Saints select. Fuaga. Well, I mean, that's another player that some people predicted the Titans to trade back and get, and I'm glad they didn't do that. But Fuaga goes to the Saints. I mean, you know, they need. I got a good friend who's a Saints fan, and they need protection there for Derek Carr. So Fuaga goes there. So the Colts, our friends the Colts, are on the clock now, and I feel like they're about to take the first defensive player of the draft. They could go Dallas Turner. I can't believe Dallas Turner is still on the board, but they also might take that corner from Toledo that everybody's been talking about. Jacksonville's about to be, here in a few picks as well. Oh, another mention of JC Latham by the guys here on ESPN. that's my other question for Latham. Where's he gonna be on the line? Because he played right tackle at Alabama. Is he gonna be? Do we need left? I mean, left tackle is the blind side. That's the most important position on the line. So I know people say it's ridiculous. I wonder if they're going to try to put Skoronski over there at left tackle and put, what's his name, Latham, that we just drafted at right tackle. I don't know. But you got to think, we came into the offseason needing a complete overhaul at offensive line. And you got Cushenberry, the center, coming in. You've got Skoronski, who's already going to be their left guard, presumably. Latham at one of the tackles. So 3 out of 5. I still am not against Dylan Radins being a right guard. I know some people have given up on him. I haven't. With Bill Callahan, I have faith that he can help develop some of these guys. Yes, the Saints celebrating their pick of Fuaga. I know I keep saying it, guys. If you can think of a more baffling draft pick that you've ever seen, I mean, I'm going to be bringing this up all night. If you can think of a more baffling draft pick that you have seen, like a pick more baffling than Michael Penix to the Falcons at number 8, I am still just flabbergasted at that. I mean, flabbergasted. How could they do that? Colts are on the clock, and I hope they make the worst, stupidest pick that I've ever seen in my life. Dallas Turner, I mean, man, that would be a good pick for them if he fell to them. Projected to go to Atlanta at number 8. Atlanta was supposed to take Dallas Turner at number 8. They took Michael Penix Jr. I wonder, I mean, surely the Colts are going to be the first team to grab a defensive player here. Didn't they take that corner from Iowa? Hey, Q, you know what? I appreciate you because that's like your 3rd super chat of the night, and I appreciate it very much. Even though I think you're a Jags fan, I think you're a Jacksonville Jaguars fan. Hey, I got friends at Jacksonville. My buddy Hacker over there, Hacker After Dark. He gives me a hard time all the time on social. Cousins is nobody's dream pick. You sign a for insurance and take your best shot with one of these rookie quarterbacks. Hold on, Q. Here's the thing. I realize what you're saying about Cousins, being insurance. But you're talking about $180 million insurance. They gave Kirk Cousins a huge That's a big contract for just insurance. I mean, they could have gotten Gardner Minshew or Ryan Tannehill or somebody like that if they just needed somebody to help bridge the gap. $180 million for a quarterback draft? I can't even believe it. I got some of my dearest friends are Falcons fans, and I'm in a group message with them, and they're just sitting here freaking out. Like, what are we even doing right now? Colts pick is in. I see, that's the thing, though. Michael Penix, the last time we watched Penix play was in the national championship, and he was horrible. I mean, but to be fair, the playoff game before that against Texas, he was tremendous. So, hey, is that Big Jeff? Is that Big Jeff right there on the? I don't know. If you're watching, you know what I'm talking about. They're holding up the Indianapolis Colts championship belt. Q's wanting to. Q, you're a Jags fan, right? Q. Well, they're not debating. They're asking if the Colts are having debates. I'm like, bro, they're literally about to make a pick. The pick's in, actually. Dude, I'm so glad Brock Bowers didn't fall to the Colts. Oh, thank God the Raiders took him 2 picks ago, because yeah, it seems like it's taking forever for these picks to come out. All right, commish. Who the Colts getting? With the 15th pick in the 24 NFL Draft, Indianapolis Colts select. They took Latu over Dallas Turner? Are you kidding me? How is Dallas Turner still on the board? He was supposed to go in the top 10. The Colts took Latu. And so it is the first defensive player taken of the draft. I knew it was going to probably be a defensive player. I did not think it was going to be Latu. And I'm not just saying it because I'm a Titans fan. I think that is just a wacky pick by the Colts right there. I don't know, man. Latu? At edge? When Dallas Turner's right there? All right. All right. Whatever. Well, I mean, hey. He'll be going up against JC Latham. I want to make sure on this. What did Rand say? I still can't believe this was the Colts pick. I mean, I'm not saying the kid's not good, but that was not the direction I thought they were going to go. Goodell with a big old hug for Latu, the new edge rusher for the Indianapolis Colts. Going to be lined up across from JC Latham, and Latham's going to block that man out to the parking lot at Mucus Oil Stadium. What are you talking about? Rand's quote you sent me on Twitter there, Mr. Caples? Apparently Rand said that pretty much they haven't decided whether Latham's going to be a left tackle or a right tackle, and pretty much said that he's if he can't play left tackle, they're confident they've got somebody on the roster that can do it. I want to know who. All right? I mean, I'm telling you, I got to wonder if they're thinking about moving Skoronski to left tackle. Who is... Oh. Oh. Latu says it's an out-of-body experience to be a member of the Indianapolis Colts. He's praising the Lord. All right, Seattle. I don't really know much about what Seattle needs. And so you got to remember, tomorrow night, the Titans currently don't have a third-round pick. So, I mean, you just got to wonder. I think, like, a lot of us are now assuming that they're going to go wide receiver with their second-round pick. But, I mean, you got to think Defensive tackle is a need. Inside linebacker is a need. Seahawks on the clock. There's pick still in it. It sucked so bad seeing Joe Alt and Malik Neighbors go right before we picked. And I know there are people saying, why didn't we trade up? But, like, you would have had to trade up. You would have had to trade up to 4. And there's no telling what you would have had to give up. Trade up to 4 with Arizona. And also, if you trade up to 4 to get ahead of the Chargers, you better be taking Marvin Harrison. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to look on Twitter while we're on commercial here. Because apparently Rand Carthon did a press conference. Brian Callahan said, feeling like they could keep Levis on his feet was a bigger priority than another weapon after adding Ridley. There you go. Adding Calvin Ridley made them feel like tackle was a bigger need. They all kind of felt that way. I feel like the old... Oh, that's not a quote. That's... Find some more quotes from the press conference. Callie and Rand Carthon had together. Yeah, I mean, people are just sharing that. I'm telling you guys, people are sharing that quote from Carthon. If Latham doesn't pan out at left tackle, we have guys on the roster we're comfortable with at left tackle. Everybody's just saying Peter Skoronski. I'm telling you guys, I'm wondering. But JC Latham said he's looking forward to getting the chance to silence the doubters and play left tackle. So he's gonna have his chance. He could be good, man. That left side of the line be locked up. Skoronski and Latham. JC Latham on Bill Callahan when he sat with for 2 hours watching film. So many techniques I've never even heard of before just because he's a legendary coach. He told me he knows that, especially with sky's the limit. All right. They're on commercial. Pick is in. JC. All right, we're back.
NFL Draft.
Jacksonville's next, and I guarantee you, I want Seattle to get Dallas Turner. I want Seattle to get Dallas Turner to not let Jacksonville get him. Come on, Seattle. I don't know what all Seattle needs, but I wish they'd take Dallas Turner right here. Titans are, I mean, they're toward the top of the second round tomorrow. Yes, they're talking about that. The curveball that threw everything out of whack was Michael Penix. I mean, that just... God bless the USA playing in the background. I guess they're all singing together. American. Dude, it seems like the later round or the later picks here are just taking forever. Ba-ba-boom, boom, boom. Talk to me about what wide receivers y'all think the Titans could land tomorrow night. Oh, they have a special presentation for the Seahawks pick here. They have a video about air base in South Korea. What would be the? Let me ask you this. It's the clock is kayfabe now. Yes, it's a gimmick. What would be the worst case scenario here for the Jaguars, Q? What would be the worst possible thing that could happen for Jacksonville with this next pick? What would be the stupidest thing that they could do? Other than Tony Khan taking another tombstone pile driver from Young Buck. Just awkward silence right now. Oh, here comes Roger. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Seahawks. That other LSU guy's the next. Seahawks. Wow. Another defensive player. Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas. I mean, all right. I mean, it's not a very deep defensive tackle class from what I've heard. So you're going to get one and you need one. You probably need to get them sooner rather than later. So Jags are on the clock. Come on, Jacksonville. Pick somebody that sucks. Pick somebody awful. Take Spencer Rattler, the next QB. Trade. The Jags trade. They traded their pick to the Minnesota Vikings. Minnesota again. Coming up here. Who do the Vikings want to get? Vikings are now on the clock after the trade, and the pick is in. So the Vikings knew exactly what they wanted to come up here and get. Vikings, so they traded up earlier and got JJ McCarthy. He is indeed going to be their quarterback. So you got to wonder if they're looking to take a wide receiver here maybe. Fly in here. Not anymore. Because I killed it. What is Minnesota going to do? They're all embracing. I mean, we got to wonder, maybe the Vikings, I mean, they already got Justin Jefferson, wide receiver, but and oh, Roger's already coming out here. We're speeding things up now. Roger's coming to the podium to announce the Vikings pick. Dallas Turner to the Vikings. Wow. All right, man, I can't believe he fell that far. I mean, you got to keep in mind, most mock drafts had him going to Atlanta at number 8. He falls all the way to 17 in Minnesota. Comes up there and gets their guy. So, I mean, that means that the Vikings obviously didn't want Dallas Turner because they could have had him right there. Wow. Hey, you know what? Minnesota's got to be happy with their first round because they really only had to move up a spot and they got their quarterback, and now they trade up and get a defensive end who fell further than anybody would have thought. Now the Bengals about to be on the clock, and they are on the clock now. Wow. Hey, you know what? He fell 9 spots further than people thought he would, and ends up in Minnesota. Good for him. So let's look at Mel's best available now with Dallas Turner gone. He's got Fautanu, the guard from Washington. Bengals might bet. The cornerback from Iowa, which I thought the guy from Toledo was the highest ranked corner in this draft, but Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver from LSU. Xavier Worthy, wide receiver from Texas. That's a guy you'd start looking out for. Those are the best available right now. Al Kifer. Well, the Bengals might, Bengals always have protection issues. And obviously, you're looking at a guy like Joe Burrow, you got that guy's in danger of being the next Andrew Luck. Like, if he keeps getting hurt, he's going to, miss out on his chance to. Oh, here's Dallas Turner. Let's go! Good interview. Yeah, but like I was saying, the Bengals probably need to boost up their offensive line. They about to get Joe Burrow killed every year. So, might be their pick coming up here. They're going to. So, what are we thinking? I mean, Titans were to go wide receiver second round. I don't think Xavier Worthy is. Adonai Mitchell is the other guy from Texas that people are kind of high on. Don't think he's, I don't know, maybe. But that guy from South Carolina, that's a guy that a lot of people like. So go back to Twitter and see if there are any other quotes about from Carthon or Robert Griffin III says, love the JC Latham pick for Tennessee's QB1 Will Levis. You have him, D-Hop, and Calvin Ridley. Now you give him a guy who had 41 knockdown blocks in 13 games this year. Basically, he was throwing every defender he touched out to club. Else from meet the new Titans first-round pick JC Latham, the man they call Trench King, will be tasked with fortifying the left side of the line in Tennessee. Everybody's arguing. You think I'd see more quotes from Carthon? Did a Arthon says they got a lot of calls about number 7. Oh, let's play his quote about tomorrow night.
Should have shakes.
They have some targeted guys. Oh. Now I'm reading much stuff about the Falcons. Falcons fans are not happy, guys. These Falcons fans, man, they ain't happy. You think Titans fans, there's some Titans fans out there ain't happy. There's some Falcons fans that are miserable tonight. I can't blame them. Cincinnati's pick is in. Caitlin Clark is a lifelong Chiefs fan. Of course she is. Of course. All right. Fautanu, guard, Washington. Yeah, I read all this too. Graham Barton has worked his way into the best. Graham Barton, center from Duke, has worked his way into the best available now as well as we get toward the late first round. See who the Bengals pick here. I can't believe the Jags. I mean, did you see what the Jags got for this pick? They moved back to where the Vikings were going to be, which is 23, and they got like the pick 167 from the Vikings. So like they really, I mean, like, is it really worth that? You could have just taken Dallas Turner, dang it. That's what I'm saying. They got to get somebody to protect Hero. By the way, the plan is that I'm going to be back on tomorrow night for rounds 2 and 3. Bengals pick is in. Number 18. Here we go. Bengals. They went Mims. They went with Mims from Georgia. Wow. I mean, I feel like every one of these tackles' names have been associated with the Titans at some point. Because, like, people talked about every tackle as a possibility for the Titans if they traded back or something. But Mims, big old dude, is going to try to protect Joe Burrow. I mean, big guy. A lot of people I know in Titans world were not a big fan of Mims as a possibility in the draft. But Amarius Mims goes to Cincinnati. Well, like we said, they needed somebody to help. Ba 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 do. Rams are on the clock. I think Titans are going to try to trade into the first and make a move like the Vikings did. I doubt it. I'll tell you who, I don't know if it's just because of Georgia. This Mims reminds me of Isaiah Wilson, man. Big old boy, you know. Isaiah Wilson, that's just a pick that I see in my nightmares. Oh my gosh, could that have gone any worse? There's somebody back there at Mims' celebration party in a Falcons hat. He's probably the one. He's the one you'll see crying in the background, miserable. Ba 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 ba. Hey, that's a good thing. He can move men against their will. Yeah, the Rams. It's weird seeing them in the first round. Wow. The last time the Rams had a first-round pick was in 2016. But you know what? They won a Super Bowl. So it was all worth it. I mean, come on. I also can't believe all 6 quarterbacks. I mean, I'm surprised at Bo Nix. But Bo Nix ain't got nothing on how surprised I am about Michael Penix Jr. Like, just absolutely stunning that they would do that. Crazy. B Ravens 1 says, I think Johnny Newton goes to the Rams. Stoner Titan says, are you mad about our pick? I'll turn it down while I answer this question. I think they're going to commercial maybe anyway. I'm not mad. No, I think there are a lot of people that are more mad than I am. I've said this. Like, I'm fine with it. I don't hate it. It's just, it's hard for it not to be a little bit deflating, just because we were all so hyped up for either Joe Alt or Malik Neighbors, and to see them both go right in front of us, that sucks. But, you know, like, at the end of the day, the Titans needed a tackle. JC Latham was the second best tackle on a lot of draft boards. And the first best tackle was gone, and so you go with the next best tackle. And apparently Bill Callahan is a huge fan of J.C. Latham. So, I mean, what are you going to do? If they're good with it, I am. Rams pick is in. This is the last pick of the teens. And yes, as you said, J.C. Latham is a humongous individual. It is interesting that no DBs have been picked. Gotta wonder if the Jaguars moving back like that, if they feel like they're going to be able to get a... Yeah, I'm seeing that too, B Ravens. To make the situation with the Falcons even worse, Kirk Cousins didn't know that they were drafting Michael Penix in the first round. So now their new $180 million quarterback is mad. Lord, I mean, what are we doing? All right, here comes Goodell to let us know who the Rams picked. Jared Verse, defensive end, Florida State. So we've seen quite a few defensive ends go off the board. I mean, that's really the main thing we've seen defensively. We had a defensive tackle a little bit ago. But a lot of, I mean, you know, it's never been more important to have good pass rush in the NFL as it is right now with the level of quarterback play we're seeing. So it's no wonder the defensive picks we have seen so far tonight have been edge rush, most of them. So Rams get them one, and now the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. Ba, 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 ba. I love the music of the ESPN NFL highlights and stuff like that. I'm gonna put a little. There's a lot of room over there. I'm gonna put a. Woo. There we go. A little something over there in the corner. Oh, wait a minute. They're trying to... Hold on. That's what they keep getting me on, is that NFL music. That's why they keep trying to knock my stream off. No worries, YouTube. I will mute it myself. If they hit me with stream unavailable, just know it'll be right back on. Who do I think the Titans pick at 38? Well, I mean, I think a lot of people are going to think wide receiver. And I was trying to think of who those wide receivers might be. You know, the guy from South Carolina has been talked about a lot, and a lot of comparisons made to A.J. Brown, who, in case you didn't see, A.J. got paid tonight. Big time. And so a lot of comparisons made to that guy. But also there's Adonai Mitchell, there's Xavier Worthy. You know, those guys are both still there. I don't think either one of those Texas wide receivers will still be there by the time the Titans pick again. But, you know, there's the guy from Oregon, the wide receiver from Oregon. There's, you know, a number of, you know, this is a deep wide receiver class. So there's going to be some good options at wide receiver in the second round at pick 38 when the Titans pick again. And we're on commercial as the Steelers pick is in. What do you think the Steelers are going to do? Rice is one of the ones I've seen. But Luke in the chat there was very much against the JC Latham pick earlier tonight. Luke was vocally not for the JC Latham pick. He was very not happy about it. Luke, I'll just put it to you like this. It could be worse. You could be a Falcons fan tonight. I mean, like I said, I got good friends who are Falcons fans, and I'm in a group text with them, and they are just fit to be tied. Hey, Skip Bayless. This is probably not going to help. Skip Bayless said, I wish JC Latham had been the Cowboys pick. Solid choice by the Titans. He will be a Pro Bowler. Hey, I mean, that's a glowing endorsement from Skip Bayless. I don't know if that's going to make anybody happy tonight. Rand Carthon said, we came in with a targeted plan. There will be some guys available to us that we like, that we figure will still be there. So there you go. We got a Just for Men commercial. don't know if I'd say Latham doesn't fill the needs. I mean, we need 2 new tackles. We need a new offensive line, except for Skoronski. So you got Skoronski still there. You got Cushenberry at center. Now Latham will be one of the tackles. So, I mean, that's 3 out of 5 spots filled. And obviously, I mean, I still think Dylan Radins will be the right guard. And I think there's still some moves they can make in free agency. But I'm telling you, a lot of people treat the idea of moving Peter Skoronski to left tackle, like a lot of people treat that as like, if you believe that could happen, you're like a football conspiracy theorist or something. If you think that they're going to put Peter Skoronski at left tackle, but it's like, I have no doubt they're going to try Latham at left tackle, but if they deem that he's a better right tackle, like, they might move Skoronski out, because you still got guys like Dylan Radins, Nicholas Petit-Frere, guys who have started in the past, and it's like, Steelers about to pick Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, both going to have a little QB battle in Pittsburgh. I don't know. Who do you guys think will be starting quarterback for the Steelers? I absolutely think it'll be Russell Wilson. Dude, they've been saying Justin Fields is going to emerge for the last 3 years. I mean, 2 or 3 years. Like, I've been hearing this over and over again for 3 years. Like, he's either going to do it or he's not. Like, come on. How long are we going to do this whole, like, oh, you just wait. Justin Fields is going to turn it on. Pittsburgh's up. Give me the little jingle. Never mind. Cool. Cam Hayward going to announce the Steelers pick.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Commissioner. And most importantly, I want to say thank you to the Peyton family, the NFL, and nationwide. The NFL draft is special.
Y'all got to play the jingle over this man's speech.
I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift. And by coming here,
dude, I know Pittsburgh fans are probably like, man, this is a lovely speech, but can you please?
Thank you so much.
Here we go.
And with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu.
I was thinking, like, that guy was projected to go first round. He's still there. So the guard from Washington, Troy Fautanu, goes to the Steelers. Look at that nice clip. He's getting emotional about it. Hey, I mean, that was a guy that, was high on a lot of draft boards. And so I'm sure the Steelers are glad he falls to them. And they'll have some protection for either Russell Wilson or Justin Fields, whichever one of them it is. I like it. Miami Dolphins on the clock. Fautanu looked like he was playing a little. Yeah, he's playing left tackle for Michael Penix Jr., the new quarterback of the Atlanta Falcons. Tell you what, I am going to be mad if Rome Odunze ends up being a stud for the Chicago Bears, because the Titans could have had him. But, I mean, Rand Carthon said himself, though. He said, you know, we got Calvin Ridley, and so tackle was the biggest need on the team. The Raiders took Brock Bowers at number 13. Brock Bowers to the Raiders. I don't know who the heck's going to be. Well, I guess it's going to be Gardner Minshew. Gardner Minshew is probably going to be the starting quarterback for the Raiders. But they got Brock Bowers, and I'm sure they wanted a quarterback, but, I mean, the Broncos had just taken Bo Nix, and, you know. So, there you go. Dolphins are on the clock. Who do you think the Dolphins are going to pick? We're getting kind of close to the end here at pick number 21. Left after Bo Nix. Yeah, Brock Bowers was the next pick. Third Raiders. I believe the Raiders go and grab Spencer Rattler in the third. Huh. Yep, we're going to commercial. Let's check Twitter. See how Titans fans are feeling about JC Latham, everybody. The 49ers wanted a mid-first-round pick for Brandon Ayuk. We're at the stage when mid-round becomes late round. It is clear that any offer San Francisco got today is underwhelming. So looking like Ayuk's probably staying. What receivers are left? Like top-tier ones, if any. Well, you got both the guys from Texas. Adonai Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, they're still there. I think the Chiefs are probably going to get one of them. You're about to see best available if you're watching live. Corner from Iowa is the best available. Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver from LSU, is the best wide receiver available currently. Xavier Worthy is the third best available. This is not just best available wide receiver, but best available players. Graham Barton, center from Duke, is the fourth best available. And the corner from Toledo that I've been talking about, he is the fifth best available. Titans head coach Brian Callahan says they didn't draft a wide receiver because they picked up Calvin Ridley in free agency. They felt it was more important to keep Will Levis on his feet. So, there you go. The Texans, who don't have a first-round pick, have been working the phones trying to get into the first round. So, keep an eye on that. Chris Sims says JC Latham was my favorite offensive line prospect. Gigantic human being, big butt and thighs. Why does that matter? Can maul people. Couple that with the Callahan family teaching O-line. Oh boy, he said. Why did Chris Sims have to throw in that he had a big butt? I mean, is this an NFL draft or a song by T-Pain? Like, what are we doing? What you gonna do with that big fat butt? Block for Will Levis. What a weird thing. All right, come on now. Get me back to the draft and tell me who the Dolphins picked, dang it. Let's get this thing going. Is Sketch announcing the Texans pick? That'll be funny. What's up, brother? Special teams, special plays, special players. Oh. Unbelievable, the people that become famous. All right, come on. We're back at the draft. Brought to you by Courtyard by Marriott. You hear? Well, the Texans are not supposed to pick tonight. So if they're picking tonight, he's probably not announcing it tonight because he probably didn't think to be there for this.
Wiggins, quarterback from Clemson, first-round caliber. Here's the flyer, Xavier Worthy, 4.21 speed. He's maybe concerned about that 165-pound frame. And Graham Barton.
That's the thing about Xavier Worthy. He is small. He is a small guy, especially by NFL standards. 165 pounds, they said. I think the Chiefs are gonna, like, you just know the Chiefs. If Xavier Worthy's there and he's like super fast, you know the Chiefs are gonna take him. You already know. I don't know who Miami took. On my screen, they hadn't picked yet. Don't spoil it. Dude. They could get this draft done in an hour if they would just go. Here we go with the Dolphins.
With the 21st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chop Robinson.
Wow. Chop Robinson, edge rush again. Penn State. So, I mean, again, like, I know we talked about how there's going to be a lot of quarterbacks, a lot of wide receivers, a lot of offensive tackles, but, man, there's a lot of edge rush guys flying off the board, especially in these mid to late rounds. As I said earlier, it's never been more important to get after the passer, man. We don't pick till tomorrow night unless we were to do something crazy like trade into the first round here. We're not scheduled to pick again until number 38 tomorrow night. I mean, that's an awesome name. Chop Robinson. Chop him. The Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock, everybody. Our good friends in Philadelphia who gave A.J. Brown earlier tonight the largest contract in the history of the NFL for a wide receiver. Insane money for A.J. Brown. El Chapo, that's right. I wonder what the Eagles are going to do. Obviously, wide receiver's not a need for them. I think Jacksonville might go wide receiver. They're back next. You know, they were supposed to pick at 17. They traded back, made a trade with Minnesota. So now Jacksonville's up next after Philly. So they might take Worthy. They've got, I mean, you know, because, I mean, we laugh, but I mean, they lost. Shoot, hold on. They lost, what's his name? Calvin Ridley, obviously, to the Titans. And Gabe Davis is like their replacement for Calvin Ridley, I guess. But they have a need, I guess, at wide receiver because losing Calvin Ridley, that's a big deal for them. So, oh, they're telling us about Philly. $84 million guaranteed for AJ.
Both AJ Brown and Devontae Smith before Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, or Justin Jefferson get new deals. And now tonight, the Eagles can focus on upgrading their roster. They thought about moving up in this draft, but when the quarterbacks came in the slots they did, they knew they could sit in this spot and take the player that they wanted.
Wow. Who do you think the Eagles want? Hey, why don't you shut up? They're talking about A.J. Brown loves draft night, and just a couple of years ago, he was traded from the Tennessee Titans. Shut your mouth. They're talking about Quinyon Mitchell, the corner from Toledo, going to Philadelphia right here. That would make sense.
He's a better person. He's a pro. He is ready to handle the responsibility that comes with being a first-round pick in the National Football League.
Right.
And he's got all the skills. All the skills. He's big. He can run.
The pick is in. Come on, Roger. Get out here and tell us who the Eagles are taking.
I'll tell you what. Look at that guy. Wiggins, it's never over with him. And with that 4.28 speed, it's not just straight line track speed. There's so many good quarters still left right now. I'm telling you, if you need coverage guys, and you need guys who will tackle too.
This guy, they're all singing Mr. Brightside. This one guy the camera's on does not know the words at all. He is fighting for his life right now. Poor guy. All right, Eagles, come on now. So they said the Eagles had thought about trading up to get who they wanted, but they ended up feeling like they could stay right where they were and get their guy. So we're about to find out who that guy is. I bet it's that Quinyon Mitchell. This guy's trying to lick this other guy. This guy's in a Macho Man Randy Savage. He is literally in this shirt, except green. If you hear me turn it down, that's because they're telling me that my audio is copyrighted. Open up my eager eyes, the Mr. Brightside. I mean, the longer I sit here and think about it, like, truthfully, in my opinion, like, JC Latham is absolutely not the end of the world. I think that first initial wave, it was just like, man, we're going to get Joe Alt. Okay, never mind. We're going to get Malik Neighbors. Because, you know, it was the fact that they took Joe Alt and then the Giants were there and you felt like the Giants were going to go quarterback. So it was like, oh, we're going to get Malik Neighbors. This is amazing. And then they take Malik Neighbors. And sure enough, you end up with probably the fourth or fifth best option. Eagles pick.
This past year, we played games in front of amazing crowds.
Roger wants to give a speech real quick.
This upcoming season,
they are booing Roger while he tries to talk about charity.
And we will be coming to more markets on a global basis.
Okay, it's not charity, but...
The NFL's International Player Pathway...
Dude, just tell us who the Eagles are picking. My goodness gracious.
Elite international athletes have an opportunity to compete at the NFL level and potentially earn a spot on our NFL roster. One of the most successful players from the program is the Philadelphia Eagles, Jordan Mailata. Jordan is currently in his native Australia for the opening...
Dude, can y'all not save this stuff for like the second or third round? Like, I know it's good stuff, but like...
The Eagles selection. Let's join Jordan live from the Eagles draft party in Burleigh Beach, Gold Coast, Australia.
All right.
Take it, Jordan.
Take it, Jordan. Tell us.
Let's go. How good is this? Thank you, Uncle Roger. Good evening to those of you from the beautiful land down under. With the 22nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell.
Quinyon Mitchell. That's what I thought. Cornerback from Toledo. I figured because they talked about how the Eagles like had the guy that they wanted and thought they were going to trade up for him, and then because things happened the way they did with the quarterbacks, they said we can just stay right where they are. So an exciting day for the Eagles. They pay A.J. Brown $1 bazillion to play wide receiver for them. And then they get their guy that apparently they wanted, and they don't have to move up or anything. The Eagles get Quinyon Mitchell, and they needed help in their secondary, and this is a guy that a lot of people liked coming out of Toledo. So that's a good pick by Philadelphia. They usually draft well. I mean, the Eagles, we can hate it as much as we want, Titans fans, but the Eagles always tend to draft well. And now the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. They were on the clock earlier, and they traded back. And now Jacksonville. Now, I'll tell you why I'm interested in this pick. Because owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Tony Khan, is also the owner of AEW, All Elite Wrestling. And last night, they gave him a pile driver. And I'm curious to see if he is going to be in a neck brace in the draft room. I think Jacksonville's going to go wide receiver right here, by the way. I mean, Calvin Ridley's gone. Gabe Davis there. I mean, the Toledo Rockets. I mean, it's a wonder they don't have more players coming out in the first round. I'm all about the Toledo Rockets, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, so Q here is a Jags fan, and he wanted a corner. He wanted Quinyon Mitchell. They could have had Quinyon Mitchell if they did. What? I don't know. I don't understand why the Jags made that trade. You move back, and all you get is pick 167 from the Vikings way later on in the draft. I mean, they could have taken Dallas Turner at that spot. They could have taken Quinyon Mitchell at that spot. The Titans don't need corner, but he's talking about the Jags. Oh, the pick is in for Jacksonville. Show the draft room. I want to see if Tony Khan's in a neck brace. I want to see. Well, there hasn't been any safeties taken. So whatever safeties there were in the beginning, they are still there right now because there have been no safeties off the board. I feel bad for whoever the Cowboys take. I'll tell you what. A lot of people, honestly, thought that the Cowboys were going to go offensive tackle, and they still may. There's been so many tackles taken because I will immediately hate them. Oh, okay. I didn't see that part, Q. I really don't know who the top safeties are. I don't think the Titans are going to draft a safety in the second round. But since you asked, the top safety prospects, I mean, I don't think it's that deep of a draft in terms of safeties, but Tyler Nubin from Minnesota. Cameron Kinchins from Miami. Javon Bullard from Georgia. I mean, I'd want to draft him just simply because he's from Georgia. Kalen Bullock. Any of those names ring a bell? It always feels like the Eagles end up getting a guy that was probably supposed to go. Like, I would have, maybe I'm alone, I would have thought Quinyon Mitchell would have already been off the board by pick 22. But, of course, he falls into the Eagles' lap. Because every year, some player that should already be off the board falls into the Eagles' lap. All right, here's the Jaguars. Let's see who the Jaguars pick. They're saying a lot of people thought the Jags would go corner, and then they traded back. I think the Jags are going to go wide receiver right here. I think they're going to go with the LSU guy, Brian Thomas Jr. I'm telling you, everything got thrown off when Atlanta took Michael Penix. That was like the first pick where it was like, what? Like, everything before that you could have foreseen. You could have foreseen, like, Titans are going to take a tackle, the best tackle available. Like, everything before that you could have seen coming. And then the Falcons just threw everything into a tizzy. And I wouldn't have thought Bo Nix would go that early. I bet the Broncos were going to take Michael Penix at 12. And then the Falcons took him. Ugh. What were they thinking? All right, here's the Jags pick. I hope it's the worst player of all time. Brian Thomas Jr., that's exactly what I said it would be. I mean, listen, Calvin Ridley is not there anymore. And Gabe Davis is there. I mean, but they need help at wide receiver. And so Brian Thomas Jr. is going to apparently be that help for Jacksonville. There you go. Brian Thomas Jr. I guess he was wide receiver 2 behind Neighbors there in LSU. So Jacksonville, I mean, you know, it's like I said, they had to fill Ridley's spot, and you know, I guess so. You're not happy with that, Q? Q's a resident Jags fan in the chat, and he's not happy with this pick. Brian Thomas Jr. to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And now the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. I'll tell you what, I mean, it's whatever, this pick. I mean, it's fine for the Jags. I'm still not over that pick by the Colts earlier while we're talking about AFC South rivals of the Titans. I'm still not over that Colts pick earlier. I mean, it's fine, but it was just like Dallas Turner was still there. I don't know. And here comes Brian Thomas Jr., the new wide receiver for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, hey, there were so many wide receivers. Like, I guess the Jags probably looked ahead and were like, ain't nobody between here and there taking a wide receiver, so we could trade back, still get our guy. So they must have been dead set on getting a wide receiver here in this first round. So there you go. So I guess Xavier Worthy is now the top wide receiver prospect on the board. I'm telling you, I guarantee you he goes to Kansas City. I guarantee you Kansas City's going to take a wide receiver with their last pick. Their last pick. I mean, the last pick of the first round. So I guess the Jags are going to try to have a little 1-2 punch with Gabe Davis and Brian Thomas. But that's okay, because we got L'Jarius Sneed. Baby. Hey. We got Awuzie. We got McCreary. We ain't worried about no Brian Thomas Jr. Oh my gosh, the Cowboys draft room always looks like I don't even know. It looks like a scene out of Star Wars or something. I mean, these guys, it looks like a terrorist organization is running an NFL team. The Cowboys are on the clock. Man, I gotta tell you, I can't stand the Cowboys. I hope they pick somebody terrible as well. I can't stand the Cowboys. I'm just sitting here. It's been about 2 hours since it happened. I'm just sitting here trying to rationalize why the Atlanta Falcons took Michael Penix Jr. with the 8th overall pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. I am sitting here trying to figure out how in the world this could have possibly happened. I can't even, I need to look up. You know what? Let's do this. What's the Falcons hashtag on Twitter? Is it Rise Up? Yeah, let's just check in, see how Falcons fans are doing. They did it. They united the fan base, just not in the right way. Bro is going to be near 30 when it's time for him to start. This is peak incompetence. If we were just a backup QB away from a championship, this would be a great pick. Oh my gosh. Let's see here. There's some people trying to hype it up like it's a great pick. Let's see here. Man, some of these Falcons fans, they're trying to justify it. Falcons Penix told media he did not meet the Falcons brass at their facility in Flowery Branch during the pre-draft process. I mean, he didn't even meet with their... That just proves they had no idea what they were doing when they got in there. Because he didn't even have any inclination. I bet he saw a phone call from Atlanta coming in and was like, what? Oh. Crazy. That'll probably go down in history as one of the most unexpected, insane picks I've ever seen. Probably for all the wrong reasons. And it was the weirdest thing because it was right after the Titans picked, so I was trying to digest the Titans pick, and then they did that stupid mess. Oh, they traded to the Lions. Cowboys traded to the Lions. Okay. It said the pick was in for Dallas, and so I thought Dallas was about to announce their pick, but no, they traded to the Lions. The Lions pick is in. They jumped ahead of the Packers to make this pick, by the way. That's notable. Little division rival right there. The Lions just jumped in front of them. So let's see. What do the Lions want? Probably a defensive player, because they have a lot of offensive firepower. They just paid Amon-Ra St. Brown a pretty good chunk of money to play wide receiver for them. And I'm telling you, Titans fans, that Calvin Ridley deal that everybody was like, whoa, that contract's not gonna age as poorly as you're worried about, because you're going to start to see contracts like the one A.J. Brown got, the one Amon-Ra St. Brown got. And Calvin Ridley, before it was like, oh, he's the second highest paid wide receiver in the league. By the time the season starts, he might not even be in the top 10. Because all these wide receivers, especially now that A.J. got that money, these wide receivers, I mean, Justin Jefferson's got to get paid at some point. You know what I'm saying? So there's going to be a lot of money forked out to some wide receivers very, very soon. Q thinks Detroit's about to take a corner. The best available is that corner from Iowa. That might be who the Lions take here. Goody Goffington. That's what that jersey said. All right, Detroit, come on now. Dude, these Lions fans are rabid right now, going nuts, ready for this pick. They have traded up. They have taken this pick from Dallas, and they are just ready to go. They're talking about Terrion Arnold, corner from Alabama, potentially going to Detroit right here. Huh. You know you're good if you take players from Alabama, right? Because that's what the Titans did earlier. Roll Tide. That's always the hard part. When this draft ends, I'm going to be so ready for the season, and then we got to wait like 4 months. 4 months till the preseason. Which, I mean, by the time August gets here, I'll be ready to watch preseason football. You ain't got to worry about me. All right, let's see it, Detroit. The home team for this draft. Detroit, mother. Here we go. Oh, there's a Lions fan in a JJ McCarthy jersey. That's awkward. Dude, Roger. I mean, I just can't believe you getting up here giving a speech every time.
Our girls flag football players representing the first 4 schools that competed in the Michigan Girls Flag High School Football League and local high school football tackle students. These young men and women embody NFL values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their teams.
All right, with the first round pick, the Detroit Lions. Come on.
Now to make the selection, please welcome
I mean, Roger does have some slurred speech here tonight, guys. I'm just going to tell you right now.
The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 24th pick to the Detroit Lions.
And they don't like hearing that. There you go. Wow, that got quite a reaction from the crowd, but they're in Detroit, so I bet anything would have gotten a major reaction. Terrion Arnold, cornerback from Alabama, going to Detroit. So there you go. I'm telling you, if you want a successful draft, you got to draft somebody from Alabama. Just ask the Titans. I mean, only smart teams draft players from Alabama in the first round. Terrion Arnold going to Detroit. I mean, I feel like anytime, I mean, I say that, but like, I feel like anytime a player gets drafted from like Alabama or Georgia, everybody's like, that's a good pick. You know, just because it's from Alabama or Georgia. I don't know if that's going to change now that Nick Saban's not going to be the coach at Alabama anymore, but, you know, there are just certain schools that, like, when you get a player from that school, you're like, all right. You know, so, and I'm not just saying that because the Titans drafted a guy from Alabama earlier. I'm just saying, like, when you hear you got a guy from Ohio State or Georgia or Alabama, you're like, all right, I like that pick, you know. But the Lions take Terrion Arnold. And now their division rival, the Green Bay Packers, are the next team up. They are officially on the clock. We are getting near the end of round 1 of the NFL draft with just a few more picks to go. And Roger Goodell doing a very awkward interaction and pose with Terrion Arnold at the center of the stage. You do not get more. I mean, you're not going to convince me that Roger wasn't, you know, wasn't on the drinking, you know, on the sauce before he came out here for this here draft. I mean, I feel like every time he goes backstage in between teams, he just taking a shot of something because this guy is just slurring his speech all over the place. And the Packers pick is in. So, I mean, the Packers, that's what I like to see. I like to see teams just, you know, moving quick. Let's not waste no time. Let's just go ahead. We got Green Bay and then Tampa Bay's next and then Arizona again. Arizona who got Marvin Harrison earlier tonight. Can you believe there were people who thought Marvin Harrison might fall to the Titans at 7? Are you kidding me? You know, there was so much talk about, Arizona, they're going to be willing to trade out of number 4. And I just never bought into that. I was like, man, you're in a position to get maybe the best wide receiver prospect we've ever seen, or at least in a long time, in Marvin Harrison. I was just like, there ain't no way that the Cardinals, unless you're just willing to, you know, unless the Vikings call and they're going to send you Justin Jefferson, the Cardinals ain't trading out of that pick. And they didn't. They took Marvin Harrison. And I've actually, after all of that talk about Minnesota trading into the top 5 and all that stuff, there were no trades there until we got to like number 11, where the Vikings moved up a spot to get Bo Nix. So there you go. Crazy. This has been a long night. I mean, it feels like forever ago that Caleb Williams got picked by the Bears first overall. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's the only reason that Arizona would have possibly traded out of that spot is if they were getting offered like one of the most insane players in the league, like Justin Jefferson. But considering that was not going to happen, I knew Arizona was staying put, taking Marvin. And that's exactly what they did. Yeah, trade Calvin right after we got him. All right, Green Bay, let's go, baby. So let's think here. This division right here, because we got Detroit now, Green Bay's about to be up. That division is going to be, I mean, you talk about young quarterbacks outside of Goff, who still, I mean, might be viewed as, I don't know, he's been in the league a while. You got Jordan Love in Green Bay, Caleb Williams in Chicago, JJ McCarthy in Minnesota. So it's kind of similar to the Titans division where you're going to have a lot of young quarterbacks. I mean, the AFC South, you've got Levis, Lawrence, Richardson, and Stroud. So that's going to be like a host of young quarterbacks in that division. And now, you know, the NFC North, isn't the NFC North their division? Yeah. Yeah, other than Jared Goff, I mean, you've got Jared Goff and three young guys. I mean, Jordan Love, JJ McCarthy, and now Caleb Williams. So that's going to be an exciting division to watch, you know, because I still think Detroit's probably going to be the team to beat in that division just because right now they've got absolutely the Lions fan has a sign that says Decker reported as eligible. You remember that Cowboys game? They got robbed. Detroit did. But, man, this is going to be a crazy season coming up. Just seeing, I mean, is Bo Nix going to be the starter for Denver? I mean, if you're Denver, you better hope that Bo Nix works out. You're in a dang division with Mahomes and Herbert. I appreciate you. Way more entertaining than the live Jags YouTube guy. I appreciate it. You just wanted to build the Tennessee Volunteers. I mean, this new corner for Detroit's out celebrating with all the fans. That's a smart move. Play to the home crowd, my friend. All right, Green Bay. Who is Green Bay? Could Green Bay maybe take one of these wide receivers? Maybe the guy from Texas, Xavier Worthy. Best division in the NFL? That's quite a statement.
With the 25th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers and hosts for the 2025 NFL Draft select Jordan Morgan, tackle, Arizona.
Jordan Morgan, tackle from Arizona, and this Green Bay Packers fan that they have the camera on is so devastated at the news. Oh my gosh. I don't know who this Packers fan thought that Green Bay was about to draft, but they did not want Jordan Morgan, offensive tackle from Arizona, because this guy just hung his head in shame on camera while Lions fans made fun of him. What a sight that was to see. Okay, all right. That was funny. Oh my goodness. Tampa Bay is on the clock and their pick's already in, baby. Tampa Bay's ready to go. Let's get this show on the road. Pick 26. Jordan Morgan was left tackle. I still don't know if I guess JC Latham's apparently JC Latham played left tackle in high school. So he's going to get his chance to play left tackle, but if it's not working out and he needs to go back to right tackle, I don't know what the heck you do. Move Skoronski over there, I'm telling you. I still feel like we're not getting out of this first round without some more wide receivers being taken. I still feel like Xavier Worthy, well, I still feel like one of those Texas guys is going to the Chiefs with the last pick of the first round. I still feel like that's happening. I hope you're right about Snead. They're showing this Packers fan again. I mean, this guy was not happy about this pick that the Packers just made. Hey, sometimes it be like that. Wow, Tony Khan did wear a neck brace to the draft room. That's hilarious. I'll say this, man. Everybody's sharing pictures of JC Latham. They're on commercial right now. This guy is a big fella. Big fella. Ian Rappaport said the Titans at number 7 get a mammoth new tackle, JC Latham from Alabama. Big time protection for Will Levis. I will say, I feel like the only people who don't like the pick are Titans fans. Every analyst, everybody I've seen on Twitter is like, great pickup by the Titans. And every Titans fan is like, I hate my life. Just reading through Titans Twitter here. Seeing everybody's feeling. Oh, Ian, this is interesting. Ian Rappaport said, we'll see if we get a trade, but there is a lot of action in the late 20s from teams trying to come up. Teams trying to trade up. We already heard Houston, who doesn't have a first round pick right now. They're trying to trade up. Could the Titans be one of those teams? Huh? Could the Titans be one of those teams trying to trade up, trying to get back into the first round? Probably not, but we'll see. I mean, we don't even have a third rounder right now, so what do we do? What are we going to give? We'll see. We're still on commercial right now. Come on, Tampa Bay. I wonder if Tampa Bay is going to take that center. Graham Barton, his name just popped up as soon as I said that. Center from Duke. I feel like the Bucks are going to need to go offensive line. Nate Wiggins, cornerback from Clemson. His name's come up now in best available. Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker from Texas A&M. He's now in the best available. And that's interesting because it has been reported many times that this is not a very deep linebacker class. So if you're going to get a good linebacker, you would want to get one early. You'd want to get the ones toward the top of the draft. Q says the only Titan I ever hated died mysteriously. Who was that? All right, we're back. Ready for Tampa Bay. Come on, Tampa Bay. The pick is in, baby. Let's go. That's crazy. Half of the first 12 picks were quarterbacks. I don't know if Steve's death was necessarily mysterious. He was caught up in some shenanigans at the end there. All right, come on now. Tell me who Tampa Bay's taking. I guarantee you they're taking that center from Duke. I got a feeling in my bones. I bet Rodgers about to come out here and give us a speech about something the NFL's doing to, I don't know, raise more money for itself. I don't know. Man, how awesome would it be to be this band who just plays between every pick?
Yeah, no doubt. And I think if you're chasing like the Buccaneers GM right now, you continue to fortify that offensive line.
Here comes Roger. Here comes Roger to tell us who the Buccaneers have selected. What I tell you? What I tell you? Graham Barton, center from Duke, going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I told you. I had a feeling. Is that the first center off the board? I believe it is. So there you go. Tampa Bay. I guess they're going to be back. Tampa Bay, I guess they're going to have Baker Mayfield again, right? I mean, he did a good job for them last year. Arizona's back on the board. We'll see what they do. Like I said, they got Marvin Harrison earlier, and now they're back on the clock again. Again, remember, Ian Rappaport just said there are a lot of teams here in the late 20s trying to trade up into the first round to get him a pick. So we'll see here. Arizona's pick is already in. We'll see who's worked their way into best available now that Barton is off the board. Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker, Texas A&M, number 4. And now the 5th best available player is Darius Robinson, edge rusher from Mizzou. We'll see what the Cardinals do here. And then we got the Bills. The Bills' first pick of the night. They still have the graphics that say Buccaneers pick is in. Yeah, they already announced it, baby. Wow, is this the best camera work? Is Roger already coming out here to announce the Cardinals pick? Yeah, let's go. All right, let's move this thing along. Darius Robinson, there we go. We just mentioned his name. Edge rush from Missouri. I'll tell you what, man. Again, a lot of edge rushers going here in the first round. And Arizona, they got Marvin Harrison earlier at number 4, and now they go Darius Robinson. And that's a name that's been thrown around a lot in the lead up to this draft. A lot of upside to this dude. And Arizona, I mean, Arizona's kind of a team. They're in the division with San Francisco. You know, Seattle always seems to be good. The Rams always seem to be good. So, I mean, the last thing that the Cardinals need to do is totally be the odd team out. So, here we go. Marvin Harrison, Darius Robinson coming to Arizona. And now Buffalo's on the clock. Let's try and move this one as quick as we did the last one. Pick 28. The Buffalo Bills. The Bills are probably going to go wide receiver. The Bills, I mean, they got issues. They got issues in Buffalo at wide receiver, and they need to do something. I would be, first of all, very surprised if they trade out of this pick, and I'd be very surprised if they don't pick a wide receiver, because they're in a bad way. And they might go Xavier Worthy, because they need somebody fast for Josh Allen to chunk it up there too. Darius Robinson out here hugging the drunk commish. Man, what time is it? Wow, it's later than I thought. I mean, other than Michael Penix to the Falcons, what's been the most surprising? I mean, I guess Bo Nix. I mean, I would have not guessed that he would go that high. I'm still a little, not a major shocker, but the Colts going with Latu felt kind of random. I guess, I mean, again, that's what kind of made the JC Latham pick just a little bit kind of deflating, is that because the Chargers took Joe Alt, and then the Giants were there. I mean, I guess like we all felt like the Giants were about to take JJ McCarthy. It was like, dude, we're going to get Malik Neighbors. So, I mean, that's a little surprising that the Giants had a chance to take JJ McCarthy. They had him right there, and they didn't do it. So, if they had done that, who knows what would have happened, you know, because Atlanta, still, I'll be thinking about that all night. I can't even believe what the Falcons have done. Reading off here, New England, Drake May, first three. Oh, trade. Buffalo's traded. Wow. Who did they trade their pick to? Buffalo Bills trade their pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. The Chiefs are now on the clock. Say it with me, everybody. Xavier Worthy, you are a Kansas City Chief. That's what you're about to hear right now. I guarantee you. Why would the Bills give that to the Chiefs? Of all teams, man. I mean, the Bills. And now without Diggs, it already feels like, I mean, they need something. And they're going to allow the Chiefs. I guarantee you the Chiefs are about to take Xavier Worthy. Telling you. Get ready. I'm calling this Chiefs pick right here. So now the Bills will have the last pick of the first round. I wonder if the Chiefs... I don't know. I'm just making up storylines here, but I wonder if the Chiefs felt like there were a lot of teams trying to jump ahead of them to get a wide receiver, and so they were like, hey, we need to move up a little bit to make sure we get our guy. I don't know. Like I feel like the Chiefs were all along going to pick Xavier Worthy at number 32, and then right here in the late 20s they felt like it was in doubt. So they're like, oh, we need to move up a little bit, make sure we get him, and they're going to get him. I'm telling you, I'd be willing. I will sing a chorus. I will sing a chorus. How did you feel about number 7? That's the question of the night. I've said it before. I was fine. I didn't hate it. I mean, like I said a bunch tonight, the only reason it felt a little deflating is because we were so dead set on either Joe Alt or Malik Neighbors, and we watched both of them go right before we picked. You know, I would have been fine with Odunze too, but obviously Bill Callahan is very high on JC Latham, and, you know, got to protect the quarterback. We knew that was a major issue. So, I mean, you know, JC Latham was the second best tackle in the draft, according to draft boards. So, I mean, the pick makes sense. But, you know, it felt a little bit deflating at the time just because, I mean, you know, the Chargers take Joe Alt, and then it felt like the Giants were going to take a quarterback, and then they didn't. So, but I'm fine with it. I'm not having a meltdown tonight. I'm content with the pick. I just hope that we get our offensive line squared away so we can stop using early round picks on offensive linemen. Because I feel like we've been doing it for years and they never pan out. You get the Isaiah Wilsons of the world and the Dylan Radins of the world. Oh, here we go. Schefter's going to...
The Kansas City Chiefs have moved up from number 32 to number 28, which was Buffalo's spot. A lot of people thought Buffalo would be in the market for...
That's what's baffling to me.
But they're opting for more draft pick compensation later.
That's what's baffling to me is that you... Titan Anderson's in the house. What's up, Titan Anderson? We were bumping earlier, but I think everybody's checking Twitter right now, or either that or they're over on your stream. I thought Buffalo would go, like, they would be desperate for a wide receiver. So not only do you trade out of that spot, but you trade to your biggest rival for the last few years and give them the option to get the wide receiver. Like, what a baffling trade for the Bills. That's random. Not random, like stupid. Here, let's give this to our bitter rivals that we never can seem to beat in the playoffs. You mark my words. The Chiefs are about to get a wide receiver right here, probably Xavier Worthy, that is going to torch the Bills in the playoffs next year. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. That's how this goes every time. Always works out for the Chiefs in the end. Bro, Roger, you should save this stuff for the second and third round, man. Just announce the picks. Oh. I'm sorry. Okay, I apologize. I was too hasty with that one. This is a beautiful story. I was too hasty with my impatience right there.
Please welcome Justin to the stage, whose wish is to announce the first round draft pick for his beloved Kansas City Chiefs. I'd like all of you to join me in cheering on Justin as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Justin.
All right.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 28th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the back-to-back Super Bowl champions, Kansas City Chiefs.
Xavier Worthy. I literally called this months ago. I was like, the Chiefs are going to end up with Xavier Worthy. Like, I knew it. And that was before they traded up. I mean, that was, of course, back when they were at 32. I was like, of course, Xavier Worthy is, like, the fastest dude in this draft. So that, of course, means that he's going to go to Kansas City, and they're going to put him in the Tyreek Hill role, and he's just going to sprint down the field, and Mahomes is going to beautifully throw it up there to him, and he's going to put it right here in the breadbasket, and then Travis Kelce's going to run out there and spike the ball off the mat, and JC Kelsey's going to be in a stance shirtless, flexing, and then Taylor Swift is going to be over there like, or whatever, and she's going to put out an album about, like, the tortured Bills department, and then we're all going to have to watch Xavier Worthy probably hoist the trophy up and catch a game-winning touchdown in the Super Bowl next year. Because we're in this never-ending cycle where the Chiefs, just everything always works out for them, and for everybody else, we're just stuck over here trying to figure out a way to make a playoff game, while the Chiefs, like, you know, while most teams are, like, lucky to even get to a Super Bowl, the Chiefs are just like, hey, we've won 7 in the last 8 years. Like, oh, great. Yeah, everybody else is just lucky to even get there. You guys just keep winning them. Anyway, the Cowboys pick is in. Can't stand them. They traded back, so let's see what Dallas is going to do here with the last pick of the 20s. My goodness gracious. Sick of this nonsense. Xavier Worthy going to Kansas City. You already know he's probably going to be wide receiver 1. What's the dude's name that keeps dropping all the passes in Kansas City? That Kansas City probably had the most drop passes of any team in the NFL, and they won the stinking Super Bowl. Like, what are we even doing? What are we even doing? Gosh, I called this weeks ago. Xavier Worthy to Kansas City. It was the most predictable thing in the world. And Buffalo could have prevented it from happening, by the way. All Buffalo had to do... was just stay right there and take him for themselves. They got rid of Stephon Diggs. They ain't got nobody at wide receiver. But instead, not only do they... I need everybody to understand what a stupid trade that was for the Buffalo Bills. That was so stupid. Anyway, great. Xavier Worthy to Kansas City. Mahomes just... The rich get richer. And now Dallas. Let's see what Dallas is going to do here. After that, we got the Ravens, the 49ers, and the Bills to close us out. Oh, here's Dallas' pick. Oh, there we go. Tyler Guyton, offensive tackle from Oklahoma, going to Dallas. I mean, this guy was kind of viewed as like a wild card going into the draft. I mean, there's like... He initially, a lot of people weren't high on him, and then, you know, things got a little better. And, I mean, you know, he was projected to go into the first round, and that's exactly where he's going. So, you know, Dallas... That's a position of need. So, a lot of offensive tackles off the board in the first round, but we knew it was going to be that way. All right. The stupid, idiotic, fecal matter Baltimore Ravens are up next. Their first pick of the night, right here at number 30. They're here. The pick is in. They got Derrick Henry, and so we hate them. We already hated them, and now we hate them even more than we already hated them because it's fun to hate them. Ravens pick is in. You gotta wonder, I mean, would the Ravens go wide receiver possibly? I mean, the Ravens, Odell ain't gonna be back. I mean, the Ravens wide receiving core was better this past year, but it wasn't, you know. Clearly, they had a meltdown against Kansas City in that playoff game, so... We're getting a bunch of Tyler. I'm sure because Tyler Guyton's going to the Cowboys, I'm sure they're going to hype him up as the greatest tackle that's ever lived. Goodness gracious. It's the longest live stream I've ever done, ever. About to be 4 hours I've been on here. Lord, these people celebrating with Tyler Guyton, they're about to throw up. All right, Ravens. Dude, I'm telling you, the Cowboys draft room just looks like a terrorist organization. It looks like they're plotting to take over the world. It's ridiculous. They're all shaking hands. Dad, Tyler Guyton. This is going to help us get put out in the wild card round even faster than we normally do. Now we go to the Ravens. They're sitting there cackling and laughing. I'm just going to describe to you what's happening here. They're sitting around watching themselves on TV, celebrating the fact that they have a new running back that, you know, by the name of Derrick Henry. And I could vomit still at just the very thought of it. And now the Ravens pick is in. Come on, Roger. Come on out here, baby. We're ready to go to bed. Come on. Come on. Baltimore Ravens with the 30th pick in the 2024. I swear, if Roger Goodell. Now, the last one was about somebody that had to have a, you know, transplant. Like, that was a different story. But if Roger Goodell comes out here and tries to give us speech about some program the NFL is doing, I'm gonna lose it. Come on, bro. Just get out here and tell me who they picking and let me go read a bunch of Falcons fans forum online about how upset they are. Could the Ravens go wide receiver? I mean, taking a look at their draft room here, but they still haven't announced the pick. But let's see. I mean, that's one that we knew there's going to be a lot of wide receivers and a lot of offensive tackles to go in the first round, and that has lived up. But a lot of edge rush, a lot more quarterbacks than we thought, at least to go that soon.
That's what Baltimore is. Baltimore is about that kind of culture, man. You better be willing to run and hit, especially on the defensive side. Coach Harbaugh's not having it.
They're trying to, the people on ESPN are trying to act like the Ravens are about to maybe take a defensive player. So that would be, it'd be silly is what it'd be. Here we go. Number 30, Baltimore Ravens. Well, it was one of they said defensive player, Nate Wiggins, cornerback from Clemson. He was one of the best available on Mel's board there. And so he goes to the Ravens. I mean, you know, the Ravens, like they were just talking about, a physical team. It's clearly evident by the fact that they picked up Derrick Henry. Physical team, and now, oh my gosh, this lady, she's about to fall out of her top, it looked like. It was the way she was bent over from the side. It felt like I was watching that episode of Family Guy with the side boob hour. I'm sorry. Anyway, Ravens are a physical team, so you know, you already know this. You already know what kind of player this Nate Wiggins is going to be, because all Baltimore's like defensive players are always like, you know, super physical, in your face. So now we got San Francisco. We got 2 more picks for the first round. 49ers are on the clock, and then Buffalo's going to close us out after that. And then we take a break before rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow night. San Francisco. What do they got to do to get over the hump? But the only thing I can think of is play somebody other than the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, and you'd probably be fine. But considering that the Chiefs now have Xavier Worthy, it's probably just inevitable that the Chiefs are just going to find their way back to the stupid Super Bowl again. And there will all be. Why is Dabo Sweeney is here celebrating with Nate Wiggins? Thanks for being here, Dabo. Come on, don't take me to commercial. Don't do it. We got 2 picks to go. Oh my gosh, why are we taking a commercial? There's just 2 picks. Of course, San Francisco's pick's not in yet. Come on, 49ers. You've had all night. You've had all night to sit here and think about this. Well, for those that are left here tonight, as we get ready to wind down, we got 2 picks left. How are we feeling tonight? How are we feeling going into round 2? What are you thinking? What's everybody thinking that's left here tonight? Y'all are the remaining. How are we feeling about tomorrow night, man? Titans don't have a 3rd round pick as of right now, but you know, could something possibly happen? Could something possibly happen in the 2nd round? You know? Well, obviously they pick at 38. I don't think either. Well, I mean, I don't know. The Bills are still there. I mean, they got to take a wide receiver, surely. But, I mean, if they were going to take one, why would they not have taken it at 28? Why would you trade back?
One of the most powerful players in the entire draft.
About JC Latham.
Most powerful. He played right tackle at Alabama. Some people wonder if he's a guard. Will the Titans try to kick him over to left tackle? That will be the number one question with Latham. What's his role going forward? At the end of the day, Latham could be an excellent player, no doubt about it. He has all the potential in the world, long arms, big hips. I mean, he's a great prospect. But after missing out on Joe Alt at 5 and then missing out on Malik Neighbors at 6, it does bring you back to that Week 18 win against the Jacksonville Jaguars and make you wonder. Latham, again, could be the best player, best offensive tackle in this draft. But that's something that's going to remain to be seen. The Titans still have a ton of needs left, a lot of draft left, though. And starting off with an offensive tackle is something that you can't really be upset about.
I don't know if you guys heard that. That was Tyler from the Locked On Titans podcast. Tic Tac Titans. Seems like we about have the same opinions on that matter. All right, 49ers pick is in. Let's go. Let's do it. Come on. Scott Van Pelt sitting there on Sports Center ready to go. Give me these last two picks. They're telling us about the history of the 49ers right now. Like, bro, I just want to know who they pick at number 31. Like, I don't really care about how many times they've lost in the Super Bowl or... Where did Chase Young end up going? The Saints, right? Yeah. Eric Armstead. Did he go to Houston? I feel like everybody went to Houston. All right, 49ers, let's do it.
You're expecting a lot more wide receivers to come off the board than we've seen so far. Mitchell is still on the board. Xavier Legette is still on the board. So quite a few names.
Man. You got to wonder.
We thought we would get 7 wide receivers selected tonight. Does not appear as though we will get there. We shall see. The Niners will pick here, but the Bills will finish up round 1.
A.D. Mitchell. That would be a good... I would like that pick if we somehow pulled that off.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
Wow. That's interesting. Wow. So they took him over Mitchell, the guy from South Carolina. Dang. So, I mean, they must have been high on him and must have known, like, this is the guy we're going to get, and Kansas City's not going to take it. Still, I can't believe they just let Kansas City have Xavier Worthy, but still, wow. Not Buffalo. I'm sorry, San Francisco. I saw Buffalo's name. Either way, Buffalo's the one that could have had him. I don't know what Buffalo's about to do. But what an interesting pick by San Francisco, though. Kind of like one of those that you're just like, what? But hey, obviously they saw something in him they liked. So, I mean, look at that one-handed catch they're showing on the highlights right there. That's a freakish catch. All right, Buffalo's last. I mean, they got to be going wide receiver, right? Are they going to go Mitchell? Trade. The Bills have traded this last pick to... Oh, I saw that blue. It's the Panthers. Oh, my heart stopped. When I saw that baby blue come across there, I thought they were about to trade that pick to the Titans, but it is the Panthers. The Panthers move up. The Panthers are supposed to pick first tomorrow. They're talking about the 49ers. I can't believe the Bills have now traded back twice. Do they understand that their wide receiver room needs major help? I mean, what on earth? So, I don't know. Well, they're really only moving back one pick. So Buffalo's going to pick first tomorrow night. And Carolina's going to end us here tonight. Dude, my heart rate went up right there. I saw that blue come across there on the trade, and I thought it was going to be the Titans. Dang. That got my adrenaline pumping for a second. The pick is in for the Panthers. I wonder what they're moving up for. What did they need to move up I don't know. What are the Panthers about to do? I don't know. We'll see. Carolina, the worst team in the league last year, is going to end night one with a pick. Gosh, that got me so excited. I thought it was going to be the Titans. But alas. So Buffalo picks first tomorrow night, followed by the Patriots. Panthers received 2024 32nd overall pick, 2024 6th round pick. Bills received 2024 second round pick, 2024 5th round pick. Okay. Well, there's the logistics of this trade between the Panthers and the Bills. All right, Carolina. Give it to me now. I mean, the Panthers are a team, they could just about use somebody at every position. But they also, they need some protection for Bryce Young. They might be getting ready to do something offensive line-wise because they need to protect this man, because for him to get a fair shot, says they're on the clock, but the clock's not moving. I'm going to say the Panthers are about to go offensive line right here. You still got like Patrick Paul. That's a guy that's still there. I know Mims. He went to... I don't remember where Mims went. So we'll see. Pick is in. Come on, Carolina. The Panthers could go wide receiver as well. Lord, like I said, the Panthers need help just about everywhere on their team. There's a reason they were so bad last year. So they need somebody everywhere. So let's see what... Here we go. Come on, Roger. The last pick of the night via trade to the Carolina by God Panthers.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 32nd pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier Legette, wide receiver.
Roger. Well, that's a guy a lot of people thought might go to Tennessee tomorrow, and he's going to Carolina. So mark him off your draft boards.
Don't forget, over the next 2 days, you can break the all-time NFL draft record.
All right, that's enough of you, Roger. Wow, so that's quite a development to end the night if you're a Titans fan, because Xavier, as Roger said, Legette. A lot of people thought he might be an option for the Titans tomorrow night at number 38. Well, he's not now, because he is a Carolina Panther. So we will see. That is it. I wish the Titans could somehow get Adonai Mitchell tomorrow night, but I feel like they're going to have to trade up to do it because Buffalo's got to be going wide receiver. But either way, that is it for night one. Oh my goodness, over 4 hours I have been on here tonight. Appreciate everybody who has stuck around and appreciate everybody who tuned in. Don't forget to follow me on X at twotone_podcast. Subscribe to the channel. Be looking for new stuff coming. I appreciate everybody watching tonight. God bless you. Tighten up. Bye.